boy. We got us. Nice start this morning. A late start, even. Didn't even set a new title because I'm a bad streamer. What have we got? Today is we're over 500 days now. $11.28. 508 days. Beautiful. Sorry about that, folks. We got some zombie killing to do today. Okay. Checking map for progress. We got started on the big L building here. I don't know if we can quite say we finished it. We're going to have to ascertain the status. The 6th floor apartment building here. First 2 floors must have been cleared out because we couldn't see anybody spawning in. Tentatively speaking, we can add a few arrows here. This is where we plan to build a defensive position right here. All right. We'll have to get some more magazines loaded for our heavy weapons. The shotgun should all be reloaded. We opened a carton. Yeah, we got a whole carton back there, so we're good to go on shotgun if we need it. Do have some snowfall. There's no telling if it's actually going to stick. I need to eval to see if this road here is actually safe to drive up and down. I think it is. Yes, we can mark some red arrows here. Tentatively. I'm awake. Right? Yeah, I'm awake. Could use a quarter of a tank here. Oops, didn't want to get out. Gas station right around the corner here. Let's do a little supply line opening. Yeah. On Annie, I opened up a couple of pathing options in this particular area. I tried removing this street light right here. This particular street light that's highlighted over here in the top left-ish. You can't really get rid of street lights. There used to be a thing where if you got rid of the top of it by like building a staircase and then going up to the top level, you could delete the top of it. That you can still do that, but now you can't get rid of the bottom even if you get rid of the top. So. If we're going to cut trees, let's use our tool axe as opposed to our fighting axe. You know, I thought we were getting hot because of the bandana on our face, but I think it's actually the shemagh. It's really high insulation on the neck. It's really cold out here, so I didn't think we would get too hot even if we're doing physical activity. Hello, why did you need to... Okay. Thought you could do that from the outside. We're going to wipe out this whole fence on the left side and make it so that we can go through this parking lot. Hey, how's it going? It's normal to take a few hits because of the muscle strain. I'll probably switch back and forth between the sledgehammer and do a little bit of propane. Thank you. Oh, okay. Right as I put the mask on. Fine then. I'll start on the other side like I should have. This should not take that long at welding level 10. Still got muscle strain. Ugh. Irritating to say the least. You know, there's a part of me that wants to just be able to go straight through the train station. That would require a lot more sledge work, though. Going around it in this direction is what I've been doing so far. Can open up both sides. Por qué no los dos? Looks like we got fog closing in. That tells me that this is going to be a blizzard, most likely. Okay. I did see somebody come out of the... Oh, there he is, right there. Let's kill his ass now. Don't have to deal with him later. There's probably more than just this one and the other ones. We did a pretty thorough cleansing of this area, but we haven't been in all the nooks and crannies. Look at that, we got a few back here. One of them seats, bro. Is there a way to armor up without getting that? So, Weebobart, that is something that I've talked about a lot on this channel. I actually have a little spreadsheet sort of thing. Not a spreadsheet, but like a presentation. Let me pull it up on Imgur here. I can send you the link. Basically what we're looking at here is my character right now. If you look at the protection window, you'll see that we have a mix of good and bad protection. Notably, my upper body is pretty solid. We've got 100% bite and scratch to the arms. The hands are weak because there's literally no way to protect the hands without massive trade-offs. Not massive trade-offs, but we're talking about discomfort, right? Now, the balance between combat functionality and discomfort is an ongoing discovery. The helmet we're wearing is an example of one of the only helmets in the game that provides really good protection without any vision or hearing impairment. But here on Imgur, I should have an image that I posted. What the fuck is it? Here you are. Maximum protection, but with the fewest trade-offs. So you'll have to zoom around and kind of look through all this. It's basically just where I go through each piece of gear that I'm wearing. The only thing that's in this list that I don't have is the military jacket, officer. I have one, I just don't have one with holes. And I can't wear one without holes. It's just way too, it insulates me way too much. So the theme of this, there you go. There's a link if you'd like to look through it yourself. The theme of this is balancing discomfort, protection, and insulation, right? So insulation is another huge problem. If you run around and you get hot all the time, getting hot all the time will make you thirstier faster, and it will also make you tired faster. So if you see yourself getting hot, you really need to reassess your armor loadout. Try to put something together that doesn't make you sweat even when you're running around. And in order to figure that out, you can go to the temperature tab of your health panel and just check your insulation levels. Remember that body heat vents through the chest, the neck, and the head. So if you have massive insulation on your arms, your legs are going, it doesn't matter anywhere near as much as your center mass. But yeah, you can ignore the extremely rare stuff. Some of the other stuff is pretty accessible. Like a good example would be the medical scrubs. Those aren't too hard to find, but they provide like the lowest amount of insulation while still covering the entire upper body. Yeah, that's just a little presentation I made, a spreadsheet. I was going to post it on Reddit at some point, but one of the problems is it's a work in progress. It's always going to change a little bit as new options become available. See, right now, we don't even have the ability to intentionally make holes in clothing. And that's a silly oversight, in my opinion. We should be able to... Now, do the devs even really understand what they've done by giving us whatchamacallit, clothing that does not insulate us if it has a hole in it? Because what they've really done by doing that is incentivized us to have certain clothing pieces with holes in them intentionally. I should probably back up and mention that all of my decisions are based on the fact that I'm eventually going to get level 10 tailoring, and I'll eventually be able to build, put together leather strip padding on every single part of the clothing item, which will increase bite protection by 10% and scratch by 20%. That's a lot of magazines. So if I just wanted to go straight through the train station, like, you know, by driving, then this would be my best direction. We would bust out a hole here, and then drive through and, like, stay parallel with the wall on this side, and then come through right here. The problem is I hear some mouth breathing somewhere to my right, so the platform of the train station over there on the right is not clear yet. So let's fix that. We also need to remove these obstacles. I apologize if anybody has an affinity for small animals. The developers of this game have directly incentivized us to remove them with extreme prejudice, as they will damage your vehicle if you run over them. There you are. I heard you mouth breathing. Put you in the ground. So this moodle up here, this unpleasantly hot. Mostly that's happening because I'm currently indoors and running around with clothing that's optimized for outdoors. The moment you step indoors, any building, pretty much any building whatsoever, the temperature just arbitrarily goes up by like 20 degrees or something like that. So it's kind of hard to make especially in the winter when you have to layer up more outside. It's really hard to come up with a gear set that actually can do both. That being said, it feels like I'm getting hotter than I should right now. That could be the jacket. Ugh. It's like it's almost 10 degrees below freezing right now. All I did was switch to a leather jacket that doesn't have holes in the chest. Did I get the sledgehammer or leave it? There it is. Let's pick that up. Alright, so this is what I was talking about here. Basically, we just remove some obstacles here, and then we've got a way to drive straight through the train station. Okay, if my calculations are correct, it's only these upward-facing walls that still have this problem. But right now, for the last 2 builds, I think, or the last 2 versions of B42, it will sledgehammer the opposite tile of the one you selected. So if I want to do the one that's highlighted right now, I have to do the opposite. I think that's still how it works. So I'm going to sledgehammer. Remember, this one's highlighted, but the one to the right of me is. Look at that. I have gotten really upset because I forgot about that recently. And I sledged the wrong wall, and it really got me mad. But I think it only applies to those corners. Yeah, see that corner? The highlighted one is the one that went away. Hey, Amelia, good morning. We're doing a little bit of supply line establishing here. We're actually making a driving space directly through the train station. Move that trash can here. I'll actually take the trash can outside because there's a lot of garbage on the floor out here. Some people have been irresponsible citizens and tossed their garbage all over the floor. Now, I'm a big fan of straight driving paths. But in situations like this, I don't mind deviating a little bit to the right. Let's double check out here, make sure we don't have anybody wandering. No, it looks alright. Alright, we sledging. How's our muscle strain? We don't want it to turn red. If we turn red, then we can't even melee effectively. Doesn't matter what level or what strength we are. Red muscle strain just annihilates your combat efficacy. Okay, I'll leave the hammer here we'll do like another 3 or so here after the muscle strain goes away. Until then, I mean, we've already got an opening that works, I believe. Is there any welding work I can do on the other side? Yes. Let's hit the fence up here. So what I'm thinking here is we just go straight through the train station and then straight this way. And then we're on the road that goes parallel to First Street. And here's the reason, I've talked about this before, but it bears repeating. The First Street, which comes in from 31 West here, this is a state route. 31 West goes into First Street here, and then it just splits. This highway, this 4-lane highway, splits into these 3 tiny little roads. This is something that actually happened in the 90s. It's as stupid as it sounds. So what we're doing is we're just making it so that we can keep going down this road from multiple directions here. And yeah, having a way straight through the train station is actually going to help us a little bit there, because we can use either the route from Jericho or First Street to get there now. And that'll also bring us right past one of our gas stations there that I'm going to visit after we get the opening. These trees will have to get cleared too, so that's another thing. We'll have to wait for the muscle strain to go away. Now this case, it wants me to do the whole corner. It wants me to do the whole corner. Okay, all right then. I have no particular love for that corner. Okay, there goes the muscle strain, so we can axe these trees. I'm pleasantly surprised to see the snow go away. When I saw that fog start to close in, I was like, man, we're going to be locked into a blizzard. Should probably check the weather more often. Then I would actually know these things. So I'm kind of doing the sledgehammer work in shifts here, so that the muscle strain doesn't build up too badly. Once it hits the red threshold, when the muscle strain over here turns red, it takes a lot longer to go away. So if you stop doing whatever you're doing to cause muscle strain before it turns red, then it won't take quite as long to go away. Same deal here with the wall. Now that being said, once both the walls are gone, then once one of the walls is gone, then the selected one is the correct one that'll get deleted. Hello. That was these raccoon noises. Every once in a while, they're just like, see the raccoon over there in the bottom left spinning in circles? It's spitting and hissing at something. There is probably a zombie down there somewhere, but based on its movement, I can't tell where. This rat up here needs to get moved. I'm just, what I'm doing now is just kind of making some more room so that I can come in from the left and move slightly to the right on my way in. We only got to hit these last two walls, and that should be more than enough. Yeah, look at that. We got a great entrance. And one of the things I like to do when I've got a road that I've made for myself, but it's in the middle of, like, you know, a wide open area, maybe a forest or a road or something, I do like to try to mark it with something that I can see, something especially like right now that'll be on top of the snow. Because once the snow covers all the ground, we'll lose things like, you know, these tiles right here, the different tiles of pavement here. We'll lose all that, and only items that are placed on top of the snow will still be visible. So by placing these, I've got something to lock onto visually to know where the road is, even when snowfall has covered it completely. It's kind of the in-game equivalent of if you've ever seen those little orange sticks they stick in the ground to help mark parking spots in the winter. Yeah, that's much easier right there. All we have left to do now is just a couple of welding spots on the fence out here. Now, we'll probably never be able to go through that very quickly, and that's fine. That would take a lot more work to go through it quickly. That may have put us into the red, but we're done now. We can head back in the direction of base. I would like to be able to get rid of this grass somehow. For now, it's fine. Oh yeah, and we also need to fill up the tank. That was one of the reasons we came this way. Look at how easily we can get to our forward position from there. We are making life easier for ourselves by doing a little bit of work there. I don't know exactly how many times I'll need to go back and forth between Jericho and this base, but I will need to go back and forth between Jericho and my forward positions many times. Even when we're done with this particular base, going the direction where we just went will get us straight to 1st Street, so as we build more and more positions forward here. This is an outdoor fighting area that I put this marker on here. That might be the next place I build I wouldn't call it a base, just a place that I can put a generator down and have a bed and be able to sleep. We're not going to go nuts with a base up there, because there's not really any good options up here. Yeah. Now, that being said, there is Reed Office Building. There's a part of me that really wants to take that just because it's got my surname on the front of it. But this base right here is basically what I would have put into Reed Office Building if I could have gotten there, but I couldn't. So I don't know. I mean, there's nothing stopping me. I might do it. There's nothing at all to stop me. This is going to be a slow progression down 1st Street here. Oh, look at that. The snow turned to rain, and if it stays rain long enough, the snow will get erased. And that is why I was questioning whether the snow would ever stick earlier. It looks like it probably won't. All we need is a few minutes of rain like that, and it's gone. Wow, some of our kale went rotten. That's, I shouldn't be too surprised. Kale has always had a pretty low shelf life. The fact that any of this kale was stale to begin with is only a weird problem where when we migrated the save to the newest version of the game, 42.19, the migration process seems to have caused some of our bags of frozen food to thaw, and some of it ended up getting stale. No idea exactly what caused that, but the effect is that I just pulled everything out of the garbage bags and put them directly in the freezer. So, hopefully it shouldn't happen again. So I'm probably not done with this jacket in here that has the holes in it yet. Regrettably. I've been swapping back and forth a little bit. This jacket, I was saying this before to homie in chat there. This jacket has got holes in the chest. So it is a leather jacket with holes in the upper torso, lower torso, and neck. So what that means is there's no protection on those layers. There's also no insulation on those layers. And your body heat vents, centrally from the center mass upwards. Hey, how's it going? Good morning, chat. How we doing? We are getting some progress down 1st Street today. We're actually opening some supply lines for that. There it goes. All the snow is instantly gone after a few minutes of rain. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. I like it. I do like it. It's pretty good. It'll always require me to turn the headlights on. I have tried this in the past. I've tried taking out roof tiles to see if I could get, like, you know, going up to the roof of a pre-existing building and whacking the roof tiles to get some natural light indoors. It doesn't work. Sadly, pre-existing buildings, their roofs might as well be there forever from a lighting perspective. Now, in the subject of things to grab when we get back to Jericho here, I don't think we need too much. The kale that just went rotten, we shouldn't need to replace it. We've got a lot in the freezer still. I just need to be less cavalier about taking it out of the freezer. Like, if I take it out of the freezer, I should be ready to use it, otherwise it's gone. Speaking of kale, this kale right here, the bottom row, we might still be able to harvest once before December kills it. Just checking to see if any of them are down from days to hours yet. It does not look like it. And it has been composted. We do have some more fertilizer here, so we can hit it with fertilizer again if we need to. What I'm doing immediately is grabbing a couple of empty sacks here. And then I'll check around Jericho to see if there are any other empty sacks laying around. A lot of the sacks that are, like, in my collection, I have a huge collection of sacks from my travels. A lot of them are currently being used to store clay over here at the pottery department. I'm probably going to open some of these sacks of clay and then just leave the clay on the ground so that I can have some free sacks. Yes, let's go ahead and take... We'll open 18 sacks of clay. Question, how to play PZ, because you're afraid of playing. Don't you have some fear you can lose everything? Yes, you can lose everything if you make a single mistake. I've talked about this before, but Project Zomboid is Mistake Punishing Simulator 5000. What I do recommend is, in your early game when you first start playing, don't get too attached to your characters. You're going to lose some characters. That's okay. It happens to everybody. But you eventually learn the rules. When you learn the rules, you die way less often. Now, there is always that situation where you turn a corner and a zombie was there that you weren't expecting, and then you die. It happens. It really does, and that's part of the thrill. A video game, for me, is a lot more compelling when you have investment in it, when there's stakes. Being afraid to lose is it's perfectly natural, but I would recommend not letting it stop you. Just that. I mean, there are unfair things about this game that make it that a normal person probably wouldn't want to play it, and that's perfectly fine too. But definitely don't let it scare you away from, like, actually giving it a shot, giving it, you know, trying. I will tell you this, that the game feels extremely unfair, but the reason I think that really is because the game is so poor at explaining the rules that you have to follow. If you follow all of the rules of this game that are not really written down anywhere and are constantly changing as it updates, if you follow all the rules, you won't die, unless you make a mistake. So that's why I always come back to calling it Mistake Punishing Simulator 9000. Now, to give you some perspective here, we're coming up on 1 year since we've lost a character due to a combat death, just for making a mistake. There is actually a measure of mistake forgiveness. The way I classify mistakes when it comes to zombies in this game, now remember, zombies are not the only way to die, but they're the most common way to die by far. I classify mistakes in 4 stages. A stage 1 mistake is letting a zombie get within 1 tile of you. Practice your melee combat to try to focus on never letting that happen. If a zombie is getting that close to you, turn around and walk away. You move faster than all the zombies in this game. You have movement superiority. Never forget that, because, I mean, if you've got 1,000 zombies coming at you, Just try to navigate through them. Don't let any of them get close to you, and just keep going until you're away from them. And then, you know, recover however you need to, and then go back at it. There is always a way out. Unless you're playing Extinction. Don't play Extinction. Yeah, no, 30 minutes is, it's you're not going to learn very much about the game in your first 30 minutes. You'll learn how to move. Now, if you're going to be playing B41, which is a little different than what you're seeing me stream right here. I'm streaming the beta version, B42. B41 is a little easier to learn, and a lot of the things that you will learn in B41 will still carry forward. Just don't get too attached to anything that you learn about crafting. That's probably the biggest thing that'll change in the future. So all the fundamentals of melee combat are largely going to stay the same. The specific weapons that are really good, that'll change too. So don't get too attached to any specific weapon type, but learn your distances. You know, how far away you can be from a zombie to push it, how far away you can be to hit it with a baseball bat, and learn your movement speeds, how fast the zombies move, and how fast you got to move to just stay ahead of them. Those kinds of things will stay. That'll help you regardless of what version you're playing. That's been the same for a very long time by now. And this was the other gate or the other fence I was going to start clearing out here. Sledgehammer in glove. I was hoping to make at some point an introductory video to Project Zomboid that goes over some things that would help newer people learn the game. The problem is it's really difficult for me to what's the right word for this? It's really difficult for me to prioritize what's important. What's going on with this? This is unusual. I thought the fence would go away when I sledgehammered it, but it's still there. Now that's interesting. Okay, so this one piece right here, it's like a ghost. Alright, well, I can drive through it, I guess. That's the important thing. I'm probably not going to remember that. I'm probably going to avoid it. That's okay. One of the things that I like to say about this game is that don't be afraid of anything specific, but be afraid. Like just allow the fear to remain in your body, because if you're not afraid, then you're gonna get confident, and confidence will lead you to making a mistake. Overconfidence is just very easy to fall into once you start getting confident. That's how I lost my previous character. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that. It'll be June 8th, 2025 was when I lost my last character that I played in this game. We were about 104 hours in, and I was working on leveling my short blunt, and I was in Muldra. I was just kind of, I was listening to music, I was vibing, and just kind of constantly slapping zombies, and I was switching over to firearms, and the firearms ended up pulling a little bit more than I was expecting from multiple directions, and the biggest mistake I made is I just kept going. I didn't just turn around and walk away. And I didn't have to walk far. I could have just turned around and got into my ambulance and drove away. That's all I should have done. But I didn't, because I felt like I could handle it. And that overconfidence is what got me killed. Now, specifically, what got me killed was a zombie coming out of a fucking tree. In B42, the trees block your line of sight, so zombies will literally seem to appear out of trees. The lesson I learned from that is just treat trees as if they're hard corners, and never go near them. Unless you've, looked all around it. This backpack of mine was supposed to be filled up with some gravel, and then I was going to move it around to make that driving space a little bit easier. I don't know if I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to leave the sacks right there for the moment. We have a truly unfortunate situation here where the rain has turned to snow. And it's evening, which means that it's going to keep getting colder. Rather specific glitch with the weather system. That means this water is going to be stuck on the floor forever. Whatever. It didn't happen last time I was worried about it, so maybe it won't happen this time. Oh, you know what? Down the road, we've got a warehouse that I had been looting. And in that warehouse are tons of sacks of gravel, just already loaded up. So let's take one of my carriers down there. This is one of my carriers, but it is completely full of random stuff. Let's take the duffel bags out of it. These duffel bags are gate bags for the most part. These 3 are. This one is a duffel bag of empty sacks, I think. Mail bags and sacks. Oh, you are playing B42. Yeah, it's not bad. There are a few very valid criticisms of it compared to B41. But on the whole, I like it a lot more. Now, of course, take that opinion with a grain of salt, too, because it might just be that I've been spending just too much time on it. But, no, I do think it is pretty good. You just have so many more options. For example, this weapon right here is a sword. I can make these out of steel bars using just some wood charcoal from burning a tree. Steel bars are so common that I have, like, how many of them? I have 8 of them just laying around on the floor here from disassembling random stuff. I literally have more steel bars than I know what to do with, and every single one of these can become the best weapon in the game, which is a 2-handed sword. This is the best weapon in the game, bar none. The swing speed, the distance, durability, and the fact that you can store it on your belt or your back slot. So you can have like a belt scabbard or a back scabbard. So I could have a sword in all 3 of my combat weapon slots if I wanted to. I don't, because I always like to have a variety of tools. But yeah, swords are best in slot by far. And B42 allows you to just make them using stuff you find in the environment. You'll never find anything close to that in B41. So I guess to back up there, B42 is better for the long-term gameplay. And so the long-term gameplay, as you get better with the game and you die a lot less, B42 will feel a lot more rewarding than B41. Now, of course, B41 has more mods, and a lot of people just play this game for the mods, so make of that what you will. This stream right here, we use almost no mods. The only mods you're looking at are a color change to the backpack and the helmet. Oh, I'm not a modder. So I made the backpack mod that you're looking at and the helmet. I made those mods myself. They're just texture replacement mods. It's very easy stuff for me. Photoshop stuff. But I do have about, what are we up to? 34. We're not up to 3,500 yet, are we? 3474. Yeah, so I'm getting close to 3,500 hours. It's a no-lifer, you could say. You could call me an unofficial, unpaid playtester, but no, that's probably overselling it. A true playtester, even an unpaid one, would submit bug reports and actually get listened to, but the devs have not listened to a single one of my bug reports, so I think that's just a personal thing. I don't think they like me very much. We can take these welding torches out of here too. See, what I want to do is just have a couple of tools in here, and then we can put more tools in it from the warehouse. Ooh, this stove I was going to put here in the base. In order to do that, I will have to take some stuff off of my character here. Let's take my weapons off, my heavy weapons. Beautiful. Now I can pick up the stove, which is really, really, really heavy. I might be one of the only people on YouTube who streams the vanilla game completely unmodded for as long as I do. Not that that's particularly saying much, because I don't know anything about the Twitch streaming community. There may be a billion people on Twitch who do the same thing as me. I wouldn't know. I don't go over to Twitch. I think this game probably is pretty big on Twitch, because I regularly see people talk about Twitch streamers. Do I have a spare hammer? I don't think I do. Well then. This is awkward. I need a hammer to actually place it. Just put it in my hand. Earliest decision in a run that has the biggest impact 6 months later. I'm gonna avoid the strange minutia of B42 in the current build, in that answer, because B42 has this weird system where, if you played B41 or 42, every time you come up to a house, you might have seen one that has like all the windows busted out and a bunch of garbage on the floor. Whenever you see a house with all the windows, doors busted out and a bunch of garbage on the floor, that's a house that's been looted and trashed. The looted and trash mechanic was added for B42, and it's a little controversial. There's mixed opinions of it. I personally think it belongs in the game when NPCs are added, which means not yet. NPCs, because what the prospect is that as time passes, the houses that you come up and explore, a lot of them are going to have already been looted by somebody. But before we even put any systems in like that in the game, the question of who is doing the looting should be answered. Who are these invisible people going around and looting? Because right now, there's no NPCs in the game. So why are random houses that I'm coming up to, if I'm the last living human on Earth, why are some of these houses just completely looted and trashed? Now, it would make perfect sense if there were NPCs out there, but there's not. So I personally just don't think that mechanic should be in there. So when it comes to the early game, I actually make a lot of choices to get ahead of that mechanic. The looted and trash mechanic basically increases over, I think it's a course of a month or two. So like over the first month, the chances of a building being looted and trashed go from being very low to about 50-50 by like 1 month in. So what you can do to get ahead of that is explore the map and uncover areas before the before you get to that point. So my early game, like my character's playlist is linked in the description if you're interested. Like the early game is, a lot of it is spent on exploration. I'll just drive down streets and explore places that I don't want them to be looted and trashed. So a lot of these roads that you see here that I've explored, a huge chunk of these roads were explored within the first week. So I literally just kind of ran around, I found a car, got some gas, and got some supplies together, and then just deployed for an expedition across the map. But again, that's rather specific issue with B42. Of the current paradigm, right? Because something might change about it in the future. Maybe the devs don't like that we're doing that, and they'll make it so we can't get ahead of it in the future. So it's not exactly evergreen advice to recommend doing that. That being said, it does not hurt to kind of do similar to what I'm doing and just kind of go around and make sure that you have a vehicle and you're capable of getting from A to B. Nothing about that's a bad thing. That's always a good thing to have a vehicle. Now, the devs of this game recently did an interview with another YouTuber, Mr. Atomic Duck, I think it was, and the new game design director, said a couple of words that have been living rent-free in my head for a while now. Gasoline spoilage. Those words coming from the mouth of a game director of this game. I lack the correct words to phrase exactly how serious that of an implication it is, right? Because right now we are 1 year, 4 months, and 28 days in. So we're coming up on, 17 months. We're coming up on 17 months in. In real life, gasoline will have probably completely not evaporated, but congealed to the point of being useless at this point. So every time you see me get into a vehicle, just remember that the devs are working on a system to make it so that's not possible. Now, all depends on how they implement that, right? There are ways to get ahead of gasoline spoilage in real life. I'm not very confident, though. The devs of this game also have a track record of putting in things to make us miserable long before they put in things that help us get ahead of the misery, if that makes sense. And because of that, I'm a little black-pilled on driving in the future. Someday we might not be able to drive after a certain amount of time. And, well, if it's a sandbox setting, almost everybody's going to turn that bullshit off. But I don't change any of the sandbox settings. I play Apocalypse exclusively. So if that becomes a thing, then my early game strategy that revolves around me exploring the map early on, that's going to be accelerated by like a factor of 10 if gasoline spoilage gets implemented. Like, I am going to find a vehicle, I am going to immediately explore the entire map, and, well, after that it depends on whether there's anything we can do about the gasoline spoilage, right? If we can add, like, additives to a tank of gasoline to make it last longer, then you're going to see me building a lot of amphoras and filling them up with 400 liters of gas and putting them in somewhere that I can help preserve them myself. But I don't know how any of that bullshit's going to work. So it depends largely on how the game evolves. So the short answer is the early game is just so it's in flux right now because of the way the game is being developed, especially the implications of how it might be developed in the future. See, I mean, look at how many vehicles are in my fleet. Imagine if every single one of these was just a useless brick on wheels that I couldn't do anything with. I just struggle to fathom. I really do. This game would get really tedious. But I don't know. Our what's his name? Game design director, who's rather new. I tentatively trust him. Tentatively. Very tentatively. Now, what I was saying before about taking this van down the road, let us now do so, since we have emptied most of the stuff out of the trunk here. Well, okay, so victory condition. What do you mean by that? Do you mean the game ending? Because there's questions that, a lot of people just enjoy playing the game indefinitely. So if there is a quote-unquote victory condition, the first thing is it's got to be optional, right? Because there's going to be plenty of people who just want to, not end the game. They just want to keep going. I'm one of them. I would probably consider a victory condition. But I mean, think about it in terms of the map. What if a victory condition was going across one of the bridges and actually, leaving the map? I don't think the devs would ever do that, but let's say you made that. That would be something that you would have to fight pretty hard for. Almost everybody would probably use the other bridge in Brandenburg here. At the end of KY60 here, we've got the Esther Kinsella Memorial Bridge here. This will take you into Indiana, which is basically just endless wilderness over there. And the same is about the Clark Memorial Bridge here in Louisville. This is actually the direction we're going right now, just for the sake of clearing the inner city area. But the Clark Memorial Bridge here will also take you straight into Indiana and then indefinitely go in this direction with random wilderness generation. But I don't know. I don't think the devs would ever make that an actual win condition. I don't know though. I mean, I have no idea what our new game director might have in mind. I could foresee a universe where he does some very strange things and receives mixed results for it. Alright, so it's about 22:30. I'm going to catch one night's sleep here. And then we'll do a little bit of cleanup of that warehouse that I was talking about there. Do I have Twitch? I do not know. I don't like Twitch very much as a platform. Okay, I do have a Twitch. I just haven't used it in 15 years. Yeah, it was before I met my ex-fiance, so about 15 years, I think, since I touched my Twitch account. Wait a minute. Close to. Twitch.tv/Sunderbraze. If I ever messed with Twitch, that would be where I do it. All right. Where did you come from? Not supposed to be any zombies left here. Give you a warm welcome. Alright, so the warehouse I keep talking about is right here. This is like a Mass Gen Fatco sort of joint. We've already cleared out all the crates and emptied their contents, dumped the contents on the floor, and that makes it very easy for us to find anything we might want out of this place. All we gotta do is drive straight in and load whatever we want directly into the trunk. So in this case, I'm looking for gravel, so I can see sacks of gravel very clearly. They're rather large. These right here. Farming was done for. Farming isn't done for. I mean, these salads, every time you see me get out a salad, kale, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. So that's like 5 out of 6 ingredients in this salad was just stuff that I grew from my garden. Now the problem is there's a silly, very long chain of logistics that I have to have in order to preserve all this stuff that I've harvested. And that's a whole other can of worms that the devs seem very reticent to give us. They don't seem to want to give us any means of preserving the stuff we harvest. Other than freezers, which is, I mean, okay, it works, but there's many other things you can do in real life. I sincerely hope that we'll at some point have, whatchamacallit, dried meat of some sort that we can make. Although I can't wait to see what kind of dumb requirements there's gonna be. See, right now we can make jarred food, but it's almost completely pointless because we can't make our own vinegar, and vinegar is a requirement to jar food. And even if you manage to get it jarred, which we have all the materials for, it only extends the shelf life by a very small factor. Now, one other thing that I sometimes neglect to consider is that it does compress the food a little bit from a storage space perspective. So if you're trying to freeze a bunch of stuff, freezing a bunch of jars is actually a more efficient thing to do than just freezing a bunch of unjarred food. Yeah, again, that's we're getting into the nuance on some stuff that's kind of dumb to begin with, so I don't really know what to make about that. Cover them in salt. Now it's interesting you say salt because where do we get the salt? Right now we can only get salt from looting. We can find there's no environmental sources of salt, so I can't like you know, go to the river or anything and look for a like a rock and break any salt lake out of it or anything like that. Like there's an actual literal salt lake in the game right now, but we can't do anything with it. We can just place it as a structure, and I think it attracts deer or something. I don't know. I don't really care because it's whatever it's actually good for. It doesn't seem to be salt, getting actual salt. Right now in this universe, the only way to find salt is to search through grocery stores for salt shakers or houses. I think that's all yeah, it's going to be all the gravel on this side. There might be a little bit up here. And I'm not really interested in sacks of sand right now. Sand is difficult to drive on. I sometimes use it to mark parking spots, but generally it's difficult to drive on, so for now I don't mess with it. At least not for driveways. Yeah, I knew there... Okay, here's some welding torches. Oh, can't forget about those. Part of me was saying that I had picked up all the welding torches, but no, I have not. I am very good on nails for now. When I start... You know what? Let's just... let's see if we can assemble a carton of nails. This is a rather understated part of B42. Anytime you find a box of nails... put them together until you have 12, and then you can make a carton of nails. Makes it a little easier to transport a lot at once. We probably have more than enough for that here. We've got 8. Here's 9, 10, 11, 12 right here. Pack 12 boxes in a carton. Farming was implemented for players not getting bored. It's, not getting bored is, well, I find farming to be a little bit tedious. So I'd much rather go out there and do something else, than farm. But, once you get it to a point where you can set it and forget it, then farming is a lot better for me. Where did the carton go? It's on the floor here. Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, huh. Okay, so if I wanted to waste sacks of sand, we can make sandbag walls. I don't know if I would ever do this. This would just straight up delete sacks and sand. I don't think I would ever do this. It's tempting, but no. Sandbag walls are something that zombies would just flip over. As if it was a window or something. They would just kind of flip, and it would slow them down a little bit. But if there's enough zombies, they flip over it enough times, it'll destroy it. And then you will not have any protection from it. Currently, there's no enemies that shoot at you in this game, unless you're playing multiplayer, which I do not recommend. Hey, VTSS, good morning, and thank you. We'll need it. We are going to continue down 1st Street today. I'm probably going to put together a field base at a fighting position further through, further down 1st Street here. When I say a field base, it's going to be very, very minor, very lightweight. And it's going to be entirely on the 2nd floor. I'm going to build like a staircase somewhere, and it's going to go straight to the 2nd floor, and that's it. I really wish I could use this concrete mix to patch the potholes in the road. I currently cannot. So we've got about 9 planks over here. That's not very much. Most of the planks that spawned in here have been extracted already. Oh, this is what I was talking about just earlier. This is a salt lick right here. It is just something you can find in agricultural or warehouse loot tables, and it's a structure. You place it, and I believe this, when you place it outdoors, I think it attracts deer. I don't even know that for sure, though. I suppose I could place it somewhere. You know, I'll take it with me. Maybe we'll find a spot that I could leave it. I don't know if it, like, spawns the deer, or the deer have to, like, spawn in or something. I don't know how it works. I've never really tried it. I just think that that is what you are supposed to do with salt licks in real life. But yeah, this is a 15 encumbrance, and assuming there's salt in it, why can't I grind some salt out of that and have salt for cooking? I don't know, maybe it's not very pure. I'm not looking for anything specific right now, so I don't think no, I think we're good to go. Oh, there's a welding torch over here the whole time. Okay. Now, these floodlights here are battery powered. I'm going to leave one here, but I'm going to take another with me. Where would I put it? If I'm going to drop down to one, let's put it like somewhere in the middle here, dead center. Yeah, we can see most of the place from there. So I'm going to take the other one with me. These floodlights are valuable. We actually recently lost one because we put it in front of a fence. The zombies destroyed the fence, and the fence fell on top of it. I don't even know if that's functioning as intended. That might have actually just been a glitch because the fence tile that, like, you know, spawns in when the zombies knock shit over, just deleted everything else that was on that tile. But I don't know if that's actually supposed to do that or if it just did it because don't put things in front of fences, I guess. I think this propane tank is almost empty. Oh no, there's a little bit of juice left in it here. Good. Alright, second bedtime is a go. Good morning. How's it going? Hey, Jin, what's the best fuel for fires? Firewood. So, Chamicho, what you do is you take a log and you chop it. The crafting menu has a recipe called chop log into firewood. That actually gets you a little bit more burn time than just putting the log straight into it. It's not that much more, but it's a little bit more. You're starting a new game. What spawn location? I like Riverside, personally. There's a number of reasons behind that, but if you aren't thinking too much about it and you just want a recommendation, then Riverside's, it's hard to go wrong. It's a nice balance. It's not hard. It's not too hard. It's not too easy. I don't know if there is like an easy or a hard now. I mean, like, honestly, it's very much random. Do we still hang on a second? Alright, you hear my feet? Hear my feet sloshing around? That's never going away. Unless we get rain. The rain has to come and go away, and still be rain when it goes away. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to close and reopen the game. This is a glitch. You can't start in Irvington. Not by default, unless you enable it in the sandbox settings. If you're just going to jump into the game, I do recommend trying Apocalypse as that's the lore canon mode. That's all settings default. Now, if it's, you know, if you can't survive very long at all, then it's okay to try something else. But I do recommend Apocalypse because that's what the devs kind of expect people to try by default. And so if it feels like it's, you know, too difficult by default, then I think the devs are going to want that feedback. So I do recommend, you know, if you're newer to the game and you want to give it a shot, hop into Apocalypse. And if it feels like, you know, it's unfair or difficult because of any specific reason, I think the devs are going to want to hear that feedback. You can give your feedback on the Indie Stone forums or on Steam under the discussions tab. There's a lot of feedback that I would give as somebody with 3,400 hours, but I don't actually think they want to hear from me very much, relatively speaking. All right, so now what you'll hear is when we go outside, there's no more sloshing around of invisible water. So it's a rather nuanced glitch. I hope that doesn't stick around forever. Let's bring some materials that we would need to build a steel staircase here. Metal staircase, rather. Steel sheets times 6, steel rods times 4. I'll just use this backpack left on the floor. So there's 3 steel rods. And here is 6 steel sheets. So we're short by 1 steel rod. I know where I can find more steel rods specifically. That requires me to go up some stairs. Oh, you mean even in default settings? I actually thought that you had to go into sandbox settings to enable other spawn points in different towns, other than the original 4. Because they took Echo Creek out of the default, I thought. So it's now you can do Riverside, Muldraw, West Point, or Rosewood. But I thought if you wanted to do any of the other ones, I thought in order to get any more than that, you'd have to go in sandbox settings. But I don't know. I do not know. I have not actually started a new character for a couple of months now, so that's yeah. This backpack that I just put together here. Let's put a welding torch in there, and my dub rods. So this backpack contains everything I need to build this staircase. We got some loose nails down here. We'll take those with us. These duffels over here are largely gate bags and or steel rods for barricading windows. Since we're building a custom base, we don't need to worry about windows. And since we're going to do a second floor only, we don't have to worry about gates. That's one of the reasons I'm thinking about this. See, what I'm thinking about right now from a base perspective is I want something that zombies can just, a massive swarm of zombies can just go right through and have almost no chance of accidentally breaking a bunch of my stuff. This is why I'm going for like a second floor base. You're going lumberjack and spawning in Riverside. That's not a bad idea. One thing I'll tell you about Riverside, if you're going to do lumberjack, which is Axe specialty, in Riverside, just outside of Riverside, so here's the main town, just to the, if you look on the map and just go straight left from the town, you've got a warehouse right here. Don't worry about that note that I put, you can ignore that. This little building here to the south of the warehouse is sort of a tool shed, loot table, like a massive tool shed for the warehouse. You could find some hatchets and whatnot there. I don't know if you'll find axes, the two-handed kind, but the one-handed hatchets, you'll probably find a good number there. And if you're going to do lumberjack, then you'll have axe skill. Even this character here, I still went there pretty early on myself, even though I didn't really focus much on hatchets. I think I did a little bit, but I didn't overly focus on it. I'm big on the two-handed weapons wherever possible. So this trailer right here should have our floodlights in it, I think. Yes, I've packed up the floodlights, so they should be in the trailer now. No. What did I do with them then? Did I move? I moved them. I moved them. So that's okay. I seriously doubt this will work, but I'm going to take the salt lick and just place it out here. It would be really funny to see deer just appearing in the middle of Louisville. So I'm going to put the salt lick in this this little grassy area here and just see what happens. Here's the floodlights I was thinking of. Well, this is awkward. This is why I try not to delete the zombies in the middle of the road like this, but, well, sometimes I gotta kill them where they stand. To put these planks away, I can't pick up a floodlight while I'm carrying them. So the difference between these floodlights and the other ones is these are all battery powered. So these don't have to be plugged into a generator. I can just pick them up, put them anywhere, and just get light all over the place. It's great. Love light. Do still have a small driving surface here. Now, if you go over zombies below 5 miles an hour, I don't know if you actually take damage, because you'll notice I bumped over this one's head, but I don't hear the bump. And because of that, I think we might not take damage. I've never tested this, though. It would be a little bit annoying to test, because I don't like actually intentionally damaging my wheels. So, I'll leave that to the better minds to test. This shotgun on the floor here was just one that we found on a zombie. Peeled it off of their corpse, left it there so that it would not decompose along with them. That was the sound of a bunch of zombies flipping over a fence. Okay. Guess we've got an unknown number of stragglers over here. We're gonna deal with all these guys, but I have way too much crap on me right now. Let me dump these planks. She is aggroed onto me. She is a slow shambler. It will take her a while to get to me. Assuming she doesn't lose interest. As long as I have the ability to control where I kill them, I will not kill them in the dead center of my street. Wish it showed you carrying the sheep. It would be silly looking, but it would definitely it's supposed to look silly. It's not very easy to carry a medium-sized mammal like that. So our current location is right across from City Hall. Alright, so this backpack contains all that I need to build the staircase that we're going to do. I'd like to do it somewhere like right here, so they cannot go around behind the staircase and kind of hide back there behind it. One thing about these park benches, we have not touched them. They are pre-existing. Because of that, the zombies won't attack them. If we pick them up and move them, they become a player movable object. Zombies will attack them as soon as they get close to it and destroy them. So right now, these park benches, as stupid as this sounds, these park benches are extremely important to our strategy because the zombies will go around them. So, yes, let's put the stairs right there. I was thinking about even using the statue as part of the base, but nah, that's a little... Nah, I want that statue to be part of my fighting position. The fighting position is going to be just a little bit offset from the base itself, which is all going to be second floor. Okay, let's just put it there. That's fine. Alright. I don't think I have any more steel sheets on me at the immediate moment. If I did, I would do more floors. That's okay. I can replace the wooden floors with steel floors whenever I want to. Now, an important thing to consider is while the zombies are underneath this, this is technically a roof that I just built. While they're underneath it, they're actually easier to target with firearms. So you see how I just became shadowed by going underneath it? If a zombie is in this shadowed territory, which is directly underneath those roof tiles, the zombies actually get easier to target with firearms. I don't know what that's supposed to represent. That's not how targeting works with firearms. But, yeah, currently that's just how guns work. If a target is quote-unquote under a roof, then all weather debuffs. So that's the clouds, the wind, all of those debuffs that make it just a little harder to shoot, right? All that disappears completely. And it has nothing to do with whether we're indoors. It has everything to do with whether the zombie is indoors. So there is a soft incentive for me to actually build roofs over places where I believe I might end up shooting them. That's a lot of work. I've never successfully done something like that. Because it's a lot of work, and you can't always control where they're going to be. If you're going to be shooting them, and the ability to control where the zombies are going to go is... We've never had less control than we do now. The devs are going through and removing our ability to control where the zombies go with cars. Now, zombies will crawl under cars even with all wheels removed. They will crawl underneath burned wrecks, which is... I don't have a very high opinion of that, but it is what it is. Clearly, that's clearly where they're going with the design decision here. I'll never not bring this up whenever I talk about this. You go to the store page of the game on Steam, and you look at the screenshots that they use to advertise the game. One of them has this screenshot of a bunch of cars being used for defensive purposes. You can't do this anymore. They will crawl under the car, just arbitrarily. They'll just straight up crawl directly under the car, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. You used to be able to take all the tires off, and then they wouldn't. No, you can't do that anymore. They'll just fucking crawl under the car now. I don't know. I would be a lot less bothered by them coming after the ability to, block zombie movement with cars if it wasn't on the fucking store page. That grates me a little bit. Grinds my gears. Yeah. I'm not gonna complain too hard. We'll just saw a few logs. Resume building some floors up top here. Should still have plenty of nails. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles wide. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We go one more out. Now, if I was bringing the logs from any farther away, I would probably go get some rope so that I could bundle them, but this is not very far. We don't have to go too far to get them up here. I'll bring them up here first, and then I'll saw them, because that's actually a lot safer to fast forward if you do it that way. See, if I saw the logs up here facing this direction, then no matter how far I fast forward, I can see a threat coming in towards the stairs there. Still not the best idea to fast forward that quickly in a potentially compromised area. Do so at your own risk. I want to go around the stairs. That's 3 tiles. We don't have to go around the stairs. One of the reasons I'm building it here like this is because it doesn't necessarily look like it's floating there if we've got these street lights there. They're part of our support columns, I guess you could say. Let's do like 5 tiles up, maybe. We don't have to cover the whole area. No, I'm not going to try extinction. Extinction is not a fair value proposition. I've done a rant on this before, but the whole proposition of this game is that players move faster than zombies. As soon as you introduce sprinters into the mix, all you're doing is saying that it's a percentage chance for multiple sprinters to come at you from multiple angles, and then there's no escape. Anybody who says otherwise is coping, because there is no movement-based counter that you can do at that point. You can just get lucky or die. And I'm not wasting my time doing that. Apocalypse is a fair value proposition because you have to... Only making a mistake will lead to you dying. There are no scenarios that will just 200% checkmate you. The fact that you have movement superiority over the zombies means that the only chance you can be completely surrounded by zombies is if you put yourself in that situation. It happens a lot, and it's a reasonable thing for somebody to make that mistake, but you can get surrounded by sprinters in extinction mode without ever making any mistakes. It's just that a couple of them happen to spawn, and that's all it needs. Oh, incoming. Just one. He hasn't even noticed me. What are we up to? We're up to 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make that 8. I mean, you know, has no challenge. That's kind of an elitist take. You got to go out there and find the challenge. They are, I will agree with you if your point is that they're making it easier. Yes, I do agree with that. They're making it a lot easier, and I don't necessarily know how I feel about that yet. But I don't necessarily play this game to constantly be faced with unfair scenarios that I have no chance of getting out of. That's not why I play this game. If I wanted to do that, I would... Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I say this about horde shooters, too. If I wanted to play a horde shooter, I would go play Darktide. Because then it's not me putting hundreds of hours of work on the line every time I go out and try to do something. All right, so we are 6 by 8 up here. That's perfect. We're going to build the walls now. All right. The question of how to go about this is open one. 1 out of 1,000. I detect cope incoming. No, go ahead. I'm listening. If there is a way out of it, I'm all ears. Maybe there is something about zombie movement that I haven't figured out. Well, no, I mean, okay, so what you're doing is you're putting a situation to it. You're putting a situation to it where there's a way out. That's not every single situation. That requires you to know the sprinters are there. You don't always know when a zombie is there. Sometimes they don't even announce their presence with sound. It's kind of cool that sprinters have their own noises now. I looked into that. Sprinters have their... they actually sound pretty terrifying. But that's assuming that you're going to hear the noises and that there's not some line of sight blockage. And you see, I respect what you're trying to do. You're trying to engineer a scenario where there is a way out. But there's going to be situations where there's not. And that's not like the default game. The default game where there's no sprinters, there's always a way out. I've proven that over the course of well over a year in this game. There's always a way out. And it usually just involves turning around and walking away. I know that's boring, and a lot of people, that play video games for adrenaline hits. If you're playing video games for adrenaline hits and you need it constantly, then Zomboid's probably not the right game for you. But if you like dying all the time and you like unfair situations, then sure, Extinction Mode will give you a good time, I guess. You can only set them to 1% on the entire map. Yeah, it would be, okay, so then again, even if it's only 1%, I have rolled multiple D100s in a row and gotten below a really low number. I don't remember if it was 1 out of 100, but yeah, nat ones happen. So you're putting Murphy's Law to it right there. Nat ones will happen. It's a question of when, not if. Just one odd plank. Stand by, I've got something coming in on my other channel here. I've got to look into. Stand by, I will have to pause the game while I handle this. Sorry about this, folks. There you are. Okay. Got a tab out here. I'll be right back. Just a moment. can see the cope. I'll address it momentarily here. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I just had to take a look into an issue and then pass along some notes. I think I am good to go now. I do still have a day job. I just very rarely do I get contacted directly by users. In this case, it was somebody who generally knows what they're talking about, so I was able to help them along with something. All right, here we are continuing with building our defensive position here. We actually need to get some water. We ran out of water. I suppose there's no better time than now to check out this building down here. I don't think we've checked the interior of it yet. Now, don't confuse these buildings. You keep seeing a very, very big one pop up. That's actually the next building in this direction, in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. The far bottom right-hand corner of the screen on the other side of that parking lot. That is a massive, massive, massive skyscraper. That is not this building right here. That is a completely separate one. I would not want to get anywhere near that massive skyscraper right now. But this building, I'm sure there's a bathroom in it somewhere that I can fill up my water. And regarding what we were talking about in the chat there, the thing with sprinters is the countermeasures that are available to them are not movement based. They're position. They're you can we actually used recently. You can use some like office dividers to put them down so that you have low fences. That requires you to just move buildings everywhere you go. And if you if you go somewhere where there's none of those buildings around, where you can have the sprinter flip over a fence, then that you get the checkmate scenarios that I keep talking about. What that is, at the end of the day, what that really is, what that constitutes, is just a massive slowdown of everything you try to do in the game. And I'm just not interested in that. That makes no sense to me. I don't understand. This game is already tedious enough. The thrill of dealing with sprinters is not enough to make me want to make everything that I do take like 3 or 4 times longer easily as a minimum, just to deal with them. It's not worth it. It's not like I said, it's not a fun or fair value proposition. Oh, this is a security room. That is a box of 9mm. I see a 9mm on the floor here. The 9mm on the floor is very damaged, but it's got some attachments on it. We're going to take those off. And we can also use the damaged one to repair an undamaged one. I actually did not expect to find a security room in here. That's neat. It's not going to be particularly flush with loot, but I'll take what I got. I do kind of wish I mean, to be entirely honest, extinction mode without sprinters would probably be something that I would be very interested in playing. But I mean, sprinters are core to the game mode, it seems. Now, something else that I've talked about. I've talked about this. Now, I haven't talked about it as much recently because the devs have all but said that they're not going to do it. Not specifically, but the game director in his interview with Mr. Atomic Duck, the game director said that they are, quote, and I quote, or approximation quote, they're more or less done with the major feature set for extinction mode. And what that tells me is that we're not going to get a dodge button. Now, what would a dodge button do for me? If a sprinter comes around this corner right now, I should be able to press a button to immediately go from the tile that I'm standing on to this tile right here in like half a second. If I could do that and the zombie is still, charging towards the tile where I just was, if we have that kind of movement superiority, then the paradigm is preserved. We have movement superiority over sprinters if we can dodge. So, I mean, but then again, at that point, you're just turning this into you're turning this closer and closer into a Dark Souls game. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not even 100% opposed to that. One of the reasons people enjoy Dark Souls so much is because there are extremely massive challenges. But with the clever usage of, whatever your build is and whatever the movement mechanics available to you are, usually involving dodge rolls from what I'm familiar with. I've never played it. But, yeah, I mean, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a zombie. But there is no dodge button in this game. I can't dodge anything. I can turn 360 degrees and walk away, because that's what the game was built from the ground up to work with. And the devs have, like I said, the guy said that they're not going to be adding any more major feature sets for Extinction. So, unless they plan to add a dodge button without it being exclusive to Extinction, or, you know, purposed for Extinction, then I've got nothing. I don't see how you can restore the movement superiority that we have over zombies without, you know, utilizing environmental things. Because remember, environmental things are either highly situational, whether there's low fences in the area, or extremely slow if you need to move them or build them yourself. And this game is slow enough as it is. Being able to hear them is, you know, that's an amazing thing. I rely on my hearing all the time at Apocalypse. But, you don't always hear them. Regular zombies, you don't always hear regular zombies. So imagine you don't hear a sprinter, for whatever reason. Sometimes it's a skill issue, sometimes they literally don't make noise. And that's not fair when they don't make noise at all. But I don't even know if that's a glitch or if that is functioning as intended. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop off the stuff that I've got in the trunk. So these sacks of gravel. Actually, I'm going to hold on to the gravel, but the paint, the nails, we'll leave them here. I don't even know if homie in the chat is still here, but yeah, that was my. I've got a very long screed. I was going to make a standalone video on it, but I mean, honestly, now that the game director said that they're pretty much done balancing for it, I don't think it's even worth my effort to talk about it any further. Although maybe it will help convince people not to waste their time on it. Now, I don't take an absolutist approach to this. If you're having fun, you're not necessarily wasting your time. But there's caveats to that, you know. It's not very fun to spend lots of time on something and then lose everything by no fault of your own. When 4 sprinters come at you from 4 different directions, and you don't happen to be directly next to a low fence. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, bud. That's all I can say to that. These right here, I was talking about these before. Zombies will flip over these, and you can move them with you. They only weigh 3 encumbrance. Right now, this is the meta in Extinction mode. You take these with you everywhere you go, and you just stick close to them. That will help you. You'll be able to survive with it. I could probably survive Extinction mode if I did this. If I found a bunch of office cubicles, carried them everywhere I went, and just made sure that I'm constantly staying next to a row of these forever. That's how you beat sprinters. You just stay next to these forever. Does that sound like fun to you guys? It does not sound like fun to me. You know, moving these to deal with a large group of regular zombies, that's very different, because you don't have large groups everywhere you go. But just, and remember, anytime we think about spawning in sprinters in this game, remember that Extinction mode has respawns turned on. So clearing all the zombies out of an area does not mean that you've removed the risk of sprinters. When I say that you need to stay next to a low fence everywhere you go for the rest of your life, I mean it. There's no clearing an area in Extinction mode. And this is not like, I'm not just speculating on this. I put probably about 2,800, if not close to 3,000 hours in this game before respawns were removed from Apocalypse. So I'm very familiar with how respawns work in this game. And I can tell you for 100% sure that if respawns can include sprinters, then you'll never last forever in Extinction mode unless you never leave, you know, a short distance away from a low fence everywhere you go. It just doesn't sound very fun to me. It does not sound very fun to me. I can't rule it out that I'll ever do it, but I've talked a little bit about how I would do Extinction mode. I would not do it starting from nothing. I would do it using one of my existing characters and changing the sandbox settings of the save to Extinction mode to see if just to see how far a character at the end game level that I've gotten can last. How long can we go with that? That would be a fun challenge, personally. But I don't know. That would take some effort to set up, and I haven't gotten there yet. I've got to do something with this kale. The stuff that's going stale, if I get into some frying pans here. I should have taken some eggs with me. I suppose that's alright. Will any kind of shelter work with animals, or will they freeze to death? Animals, I don't believe they freeze to death. I don't think temperature bothers them at all right now. In the future, I don't know if it'll be that way forever. Animals might require shelter in the future. Right now, they just seem to... It seems to affect their stress levels if it's raining, and they don't have like a... Or this is just specific to cows, I think. If they're stressed, and they're stuck outdoors, then I think that is not good for their stress levels. But beyond that, I don't think it has any impact currently. Will it in the future? This I do not know. Got some empty M9 mags we can put over here in the SWAT van with the rest of my collection. Just started collecting animals, so you have a lot of So the long and short of animals in this game is if you give them an outdoor pen, give them a little bit of indoor space, and by a little bit I don't mean too much. I would show you if my animals were in front of me. Unfortunately, they're back at Jericho. You can make an animal zone as small as 3x3, but I usually recommend more space than that. Currently, there doesn't seem to be very many penalties for them to be cooped up in a small space, other than stress levels. Depending on where you found them in Irvington, they could be very stressed if they're exposed to zombies. They'll make very distinctive stress noises if they are stressed. Like you'll be able to hear it in the animal noises they make. Actually, I'm going to put away these stir fries that I just made, because we still have a couple salads left. Sorry, one moment. There we go. All right, right about bedtime here. We'll take the salad for tomorrow's food, and then we've got those stir fries waiting for us after tomorrow. So we'll start putting on weight once we eat those. Those stir fries have got some calories in them. Okay. Just loading up some first aid items in this first aid kit. So we have a little bit of first aid stuff at our destination. Yeah, they'll eat hay, of course. What I recommend right now, and this might not be the case in the future, but right now the easiest way to get animals to eat something is to just use a scythe. Use a scythe, right-click on an area with a bunch of grass, like over here in the right center of the screen, and scythe a bunch of grass at once. You can scythe a 3x3 tile, and you'll pick up a whole bunch of grass by doing that, and then just fill up their troughs with grass. Now, I don't know if that's going to work forever. And the reason I suspect it might not is because the devs have added the ability to dry grass and turn it into hay. So I don't know if that means that grass is going to go rotten in the future. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. It sounds like it might be. I'm trying to look into the future of what these devs are going to give us someday, and I have some despair for that. Needless to say. See if I can wipe out the rest of this propane tank. Sure, no problem. Would you look at that? We refilled the torches and there's like a teeny bit of propane left in that tank. The teeniest amount. That's my mask. We don't get rid of my mask. What's the blood used for? I think animal blood only really exists so that you can live out the fantasy of not having enough water and being forced to turn to drinking animal blood to survive. I literally don't think it exists for any other purpose. If I need water, I put a bucket outside and it fills up with water that falls from the sky. So I don't know why that would ever be used, but that's one. It will hydrate you, but it will also make you sick. So if you are in some, I can't even imagine a scenario where you would not have some water. But if you were somehow in that scenario, then that would be something you could do. You could kill an animal and pull the blood out of it, but it has to be a medium or larger mammal. Got to stick it up on a butcher hook, and then you've got to have a container to put it in. It does not get you butchering experience. So if you're trying to grind butchering experience, you read the book, and everything else you do on the butcher hook, cutting off the head, pulling off the leather, pulling out the meat, all three of those things get you butchering experience. Bleeding the animal does not. So it's literally 100% pointless if you have water. It might have calories, but the fact that it also gets you sick, in my mind, that's 100% pointless. Rotten food technically has calories in it, but I'm not going to eat rotten food, ever. There's never a need to. That's for your sweaty CDDA people. If there was like a specific crafting purpose for animal blood, I would definitely be I would be interested in knowing about that, but I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure there's not. Yeah, I know, right? Makes me wonder if NPCs get added to the game, if we'll be able to do the same. Take their blood, survive off of it. Are we going to have cannibalism in our zombie survival game that, we're full of zombies that eat people? For some reason, I suspect we might not. The devs of this game have moral friended at us about stuff like that. So using locally sourced rotten food, we have acquired 3 bags of compost here. We have a bunch of kale that went rotten, so we can use that too. So I'm just refilling these boxes, these bins here, rather. So I put it in the trash. If I delete it, then it's gone. Otherwise, we'll take it outside now. Okay, I have to step away briefly, IRL. I should not be gone long, just a couple of minutes here. By the time I get back, we should be at 5 a.m. We're ready for our second sleep. We'll catch our second sleep, and then we will resume construction of our forward defensive position there in the little courtyard across from the city town hall. So, one moment, folks. I'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Look at that, 5 a.m. on the dot. Let's catch our second sleep. Now, it is currently November 30th. November is a 30-day month, which means tomorrow morning, tomorrow at midnight, I think that's when the kale that we have planted back at Jericho, I think that's when it starts to die. When a plant is out of season, I believe it takes like a day and a half or so for it to die. I think that's also, there's a little bit of variance to that. So what does that mean? That means probably tonight we'll go back to Jericho, we'll take a look at the kale, see if any of it is going to bloom within, the next 24 hours or so. Or not bloom, but, become ready to harvest. If not, then it's probably done. Now, if it's starting to die, we'll actually notice it when we go back there this evening. Because when we go back there this evening, well, maybe we'll wait until like noon on December 1st. Yeah, we'll wait until like noon on December 1st. Then we'll go back and take a look at it. Because at that point, if it's going to die, it should go from like a healthy green to like a sickly looking yellow. That's the only way to tell if it's losing health. We're agriculture level 10. We can see the exact amount of water that the plant has, but we can't see whether it's losing health or not. There's no HP bar, so yeah, I have opinions about that. Anyway, we should have everything we need here. I'm going to take the Plonky truck. Now that we've dropped off all the stuff that I wanted to from the ambulance, we're taking the Plonky truck. I actually forgot that the Plonky truck had some, planks already in it. What do we have, a 6x8? And then one tile out from that. I will come back for... I have an idea to do something with dividers, but I will come back for that if... we have a few dividers up there already. I'm going to test something, and then if it works, I'll come back for some more dividers. I didn't really want to do that, but it was already too late. We've still got people coming out of the grocery store side over here. Hey! I need some knobs and hinges anyway. Got some broken doors right here. All those sounds of things getting slapped and breaking, I don't think most of those are immediate threats. I actually think a lot of those might be second floors, like second floor zombies. Like on the second floor of the complex of where we just yelled. I could be wrong. There might be people... Oh, look at this. Okay, maybe... I can't tell now. It's actually kind of hard to tell because of we can hear them from so far away now. That has only changed as of a couple of versions ago, so yep. If a sound is upstairs, there's also a slight muffle to it, but that muffle is almost the same as if they were outside, or like through a wall. So being able to tell whether they're on the same floor as you and through a wall, or upstairs from you, it's kind of difficult to say. I can't guarantee somebody's going to come right around that corner there, so... See, I don't remember this building having very many zombies in it when we drove past it just earlier, but that's whatever. We'll get them out of here. We'll kill them. Maybe they migrated in, or maybe I just hadn't actually spawned the building in. Who knows? We'll have a little grease the wheels a little bit here. We're level 10 aiming now. It was right at the end of last stream we finally got to level 10 aim. So the last weapon skill that I really want to level on this character is axes. So you'll see me be using a lot of axes here. This is what I was afraid of. We're getting hot a lot, and there's not much I can do about that. So we're swapping jackets again. Just gonna keep doing this back and forth. We get colds, and then we're hot. I'm also over-encumbered right now, and I shouldn't be. I genuinely shouldn't be over-encumbered right now. It's just the sheer amount of stuff I have in my backpack. I need to not be over-encumbered if I'm fighting this many zombies with melee. That's more like it. Wow, okay. I sorely underestimated this building with the restaurant on the lower level. Alright. I hate this corner. I can't see them coming from the right unless I get close, and if I get close, I'm putting myself at risk, and damn it, that's all I can say about that. Have a salad real quick. One right. Oh, come on, guys. I hate it when they have such a short attention span. I literally discharge a firearm, and like half of them immediately lose interest in me because of the stupid fucking van. This is... I was not expecting heavy combat right now. If they keep coming out of that building, I might just have to run back to my base and get my other vehicle. I just can't keep their attention. They just keep going up there and standing next to my fucking van. You leave one van running, it just catches all the slow shamblers, every single one of them. Right here, bitch. Behind you. Out of my fucking road. Give me at least 3 lanes. I'll be happy. Okay. So, unexpectedly large encounter. But this is Louisville. First Street. Can't take anything for granted here. Yeah, no, that's nothing wrong with taking a break. This the game will get you, if you take it seriously, it'll put you on edge. Plenty of cause to take a break here and there. Don't burn out. Still getting hot even after switching jackets here. I'm going to take the Shema off now. Fuck off. Keeping away from that doorway. Any number of them could come out of that doorway and I won't hear them coming. Fuck off. Axe is in need of a sharpen, but I'm almost done here. I'm just gonna use the sword. We're almost done here. This building is nothing like the others in the area, but I'm kind of locked in at the moment because it's either finish what I'm doing here and then so I can get my vehicle back, or it's run back and go get another vehicle. I'm just gonna pull it forward now. We're about to get sick anyway, and that's one of the reasons I can't continue that fight forever. I will eventually get sick. And I do not have the respirator. I hear a Zed downstairs. Probably directly south here. I keep hearing him flip the fence here. Just one, I guess, back and forth. Oh, look at all that. Okay. That's where we were hearing the flippity flops.
Hey.
Interesting. I had no idea those guys over there on the right were here. That's why we make a little noise out in the open. Alright, let's check something here. We have some cubicles. Okay, I see how this works. So we can place the cubicles as fences up here facing this direction, but not all directions. Will all cows mate or just specific? No, they'll all mate with each other. Breed is just inherited by whatever the breed the heifer is. So a Holstein cow will birth a Holstein cow, and so on and so forth. Doesn't really matter what the bull is. That being said, the game does have a gene system. I don't know what any of that means. The genes might be meaningful. They might not be. I think there's like 12 genes right now, and I guess they get passed randomly from parent to offspring. I don't know. It's probably, there's probably a lot of placeholder stuff with that. The question of whether to use windows for everything or make a few things into just regular walls, because every single window has got to have a window put in. Just means you can put genes on the cow. But yeah, but that doesn't. What do the genes do? That's the question. The genes don't seem to, at least as far as I can tell. If you want milk, you go for a Holstein cow, and if you want meat, you go for an Angus cow. Can you create a super cow by breeding the two of them? I don't know. I haven't gotten a single cow to successfully breed in this run yet because animal pregnancy has been. It takes a lot longer to do now. I'm pretty sure the cows that I have back at Fallis Lake right now are probably still pregnant from when they got pregnant at the very beginning of this run. I'm not going to do any windows except for on the front wall, I think. Yeah, front wall only. If I want to see what's going on outside, I'll go to the roof, or just do the just go outside at that point. Why is nothing happening? Do I have to be outside? All right. And what am I building? This is a field base with a defensive position underneath it. The way it currently is put together is zombies are far less likely to wander through it. If we get a large group that we can't handle, we'll just fall back, but they should not be directly incentivized to come up here. I can't guarantee they won't come up here, and for all I know, maybe they will. But I've never actually tried this before. It might work, maybe it doesn't. We're going to find out. Oops. I built these back frames a little bit early. Yeah, I was going to do those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so at least we have 6 on the interior. So, yeah, let's just disassemble the whatchamacallits here. Yeah, it's true. That's true. We will we'll definitely do something nice for Christmas this year. I was gonna try for Thanksgiving. We have a turkey nearby, but I don't think I made it. I think we're past Thanksgiving here by a couple of days. It is currently November 30th. Thanksgiving is one of those. I thought it was one of those holidays that's just like on the last something of the month or something like that, as opposed to a fixed day. I actually don't remember. What happened to Nora? Her save got broken by an update. That happens all the time in B42. So far, it's been like every 4 or 5 updates. We linked in the playlist in the description are my 2 previous characters. Annie Mae went from 42.10 to 42.13. Now that's only 3 builds, but there was a huge downtime in between one of those. And after 42.13, Nora lasted until the update that came out that broke Echo Creek, which is when we started this character, Dani. I left some stuff on the floor that we'll need to go grab. We could also use some plaster powder, but that's slightly lower priority. We can handle that in a minute here. That was not me. That was a meta event. Don't hear that one too often. Okay, look at that. Look at that. We've got incoming because of the meta event. It's been a while since I've had a meta event that actually produced consequences. My backpack's full of crap. I'm just going to drop it. Okay, we're very combat effective now. Now, the thing about meta events that I find very curious is the staying power. And what I mean by that is, you see how these zombies, how many of them are moving now? A lot of them will continue moving forever in the direction that they heard the meta event. Like, they will move a very long distance in that direction. I can't even get zombies to pay attention to me that long. But some random noise like that, and you just got their attention for the rest of their life. It's weird. Don't understand it. Some of these zombies that are coming at us right now are coming from a very long distance away. That's just how these weird meta events work. It is the perfect direction, too, because a lot of the outdoor zombies we haven't cleared yet are coming directly from the right, and that meta event was directly to the left, so they're all coming right to left, which would bring them right to my base that I'm putting together here. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting it, and when it happened, when Nora's save got broken, I'm gonna be real with you, I was 100% okay with it. Annie and Nora were both played. We only play default settings here, only default settings. So the whatchamacallit, that's whatever Apocalypse is what we always play here. for both Annie and Nora, for their entire lifetime, Apocalypse meant respawns were enabled. But in the middle of Nora's playthrough, one of the updates changed the default settings of the game, which is not something that happens very often. The devs are fine-tuning things, but they very rarely just go in there and just fuck the sandbox settings up. That's our new game director who did that. So when that update came out that changed the default settings, I was conflicted because, you know, should I just change the settings of this character that I've already started, or should I start over? And I never could decide. I mean, obviously I kept playing her as it was. But then when her save finally broke, I was like, oh yeah, I'm kind of eager to see how the game plays with respawns gone. And that was a fun time. We have not had any respawns on this character, and it's great. It's actually amazing because I can clear an area and it stays clear. There are a few things to be said about that. Most of the things I would say about that would just be that the problem with respawns is that they just feel wrong. It does not feel right for a group of zombies to just show up out of nowhere, and then just be in the middle of nowhere. If these meta events that we're hearing actually spawned in a group of zombies like at the edge of the city and just sent them across the city, that would be much more interesting than what we've got right now. But what we've got right now is if respawns are enabled, then all you've got to do is just kill zombies in an area and then just wait a little bit and they'll be back. That's not very compelling to me. That feels really fucking gamey. Feels like gamey bullshit. So it's not really I do feel like this game could feel fine with respawns on. It just depends on how the respawns are handled, and right now they're not being handled very well. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I probably should have told you that. Mammals. Mammals with the exception of, like, rabbits. And maybe rats and other tiny animals. There can be only one. There can be only one male. If you've ever heard of cockfights, that's because roosters kill each other. You've ever heard of bullfights, that's because bulls kill each other. Don't put them in the same pen, or they'll kill each other. You get some free meat when you butcher the dead one, but the one that survives might be heavily injured and might not even make it. I've never had that happen personally, but no, that's. All right. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently trying to build a little bit of a base in the dead, festering heart of Louisville. Here, we're across from City Hall on First and what is this intersection? First and Main. That's First and Main, right there. First and West Main. So this is our First and Main outpost, is what this is. And the way I'm building it is to allow for huge groups of zombies to pass through, and hopefully not be incentivized to go up that staircase, right? Because there's nothing that I've built down here that should stop them from moving. If I build a defensive position here and they overwhelm it, and I have to fall back, there should be no direct incentive for them to go upstairs into my base while I'm not there and just start breaking all my shit. If I built it at ground level, then anything that blocks their movement, they'll start slapping it until it breaks. That includes your fridges, your sinks, your counters, your storage cabinets, everything. So if you're going to build a base anywhere where there's going to be a bunch of zombies, possibly more than you can handle, building at ground level is not the best idea. Unless you are very, very confident in your ability to stop a huge horde. Personally, even after 3,400 hours, I am not that confident. Just recently here, we've had a few situations that we've had to fall back from that could have resulted in bases getting wiped out if we were not careful about it. Clearing out building with the guns, you get constant meta events all day. Yes, they can walk up the stairs, but what's the incentive for them to do so? If I'm down here fighting them at ground level, and I'm constantly falling back down First Street, which is usually the strategy I've been deploying thus far, and I'm constantly making noise, constantly shooting, there should be no direct incentive for them to go up the stairs. They can go up the stairs, and they will if there is some sort of incentive. You know, if there's something up there making noise. If I were to put my generator up here, then some of them might get attracted to the generator noise, go upstairs, but I'm not going to put the generator up there. The generator will be off-site at ground level. So what we're just trying to do is make sure that under no circumstances is there a direct incentive for zombies to go up the stairs. Because otherwise they should all be coming from the right to the left. The vast majority of the zombies in this area are either further down First Street here, or further down Main Street in this direction, or if we go far enough in this direction up here, we'll find a few big buildings full of them. Generally, there won't be too many coming from behind us because a lot of the road back here we've already cleared. So that's the general strategy. Now, will it work perfectly? I have no idea. If there's enough zombies, will just random movements cause them to go up the stairs and start slapping shit? I don't know. I've never tested this, so this is it's a lot of theory that's about to be put into practice. It's the best way to phrase it. Going up here to eat me. If they go up here to eat me, then I have failed to secure the area before trying to go up here and do things. That's basically kind of how I approach things. If I am up here and I'm like trying to sleep or trying to cook or something, and a zombie manages to get up that door, get up that staircase and hit this door, then I have failed at securing my perimeter. Skill issue, absolutely. I won't be building any windows, so they won't just see me up here. Now, if one just wanders up here because I've been up here for too long and I have not been patrolling my perimeter, again, skill issue. We don't want that to be happening. We want to be out here doing regular patrols. Now, again, if I'm fighting a huge group of zombies at this position, then I'm not going up here until I've wiped everybody out. This is why I have fallback bases. So I only stay the night up here while I'm in between fighting large groups. So we need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 more, and then staircase to the roof. As fate would have it, I think we have just enough room for that. Staircase to the roof will be right here. Yes. 1, 2, 3 right there. So I'll leave the bag of planks there, and then we just need 5 more planks, and there's 6 in here. We actually have like practically a perfect amount. That leaves us without enough for the ceiling, but that's alright. There's more logs in the area we haven't sawed yet. Now, here's an interesting thing. If I do wooden stairs right here, then this will actually create... You see how there's a little support beam at the bottom of the top of the stairs there? Those will actually extend all the way down to the ground level, and they'll create a slappable surface. But I'm just going to go down there and sledgehammer it. Because there's no consequences if we do. Maybe in the future there will be, but right now the game doesn't have any sort of, like, support column mechanism. I can infinitely build up here even though there's not really any support structure. This is not 7 Days to Die. There's not a very complicated building system. Oh, it didn't do it this time. Okay. Interesting. It used to do that. The simple act of building a staircase up there would have... yeah, okay. Cool. Doesn't have to. Oh, hey, Zacto, how's it going? We've got some work to do in Louisville today. We're building a bit of a, I guess you could say it's a test base. I've never done this before where I've just built a staircase straight up to a blind up here. It is a new thing for me. See how this plays out here. We've got a little bit of time before bedtime, but not much. I don't know if we have a bed nearby. I'll probably drive back to Jericho tonight, and on the way back, we'll pick up a couple things. This is realistic. People from Kentucky can just do that. Yeah, no, we're just, we're that good at building hunting blinds here. There's a lot of hunting that goes on in Kentucky. The stuff on the floor right here is what I was talking about. We got some handles, knobs, a tarp for rain, and then just some milk because... Dump that straight into the trunk. Now, when it comes to a place to sleep, I don't want to be going up to second floors of any buildings in this area yet. We're going to go down to the, there's an apartment complex, the Section 8 apartments up here. I'm going to roll over these guys at 5 miles an hour so I don't have any bumpity bumps. I think this prevents damage to your tires if you, like, set cruise for 5 miles an hour. I would much prefer to just not kill them in the middle of the road, but we had a bit of a situation when it came to wiping these guys out. Now, I know there's a bed on the second floor of this unit right here, but I'm actually going to leave that there. That's a valid place to sleep. It's a safe place to sleep, rather. It's behind, like, 3 doors. I don't know if any of these units have small beds or if they're all 4 posts. I think every single bed in this place is a 4-post bed. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no, I won't lose my guns again. I don't do that very often. That was a bit of a freak accident. Making sure that won't be another freak accident. Because then it wouldn't be a freak, it would just be a regular accident. That's what we want to stay away from. Alright, I might actually go back to Jericho and grab one of my medical beds. I should have enough of those laying around. Yeah. Well, don't let them open your doors and windows. You gotta lock and bar everything up. If you're playing on the game mode where they can open doors and windows. We just put on some really warm clothes there. That'll help us stay warm overnight. So we're down to 76 kilo, and that means we're going to start putting on weight here. I will be very curious to see if I can put on weight without having to eat an entire stick of butter. We've got some stir fries here with lots of kale, oil, and butter in them. So we're just going to start by eating one of those straight up. It's going to be overeating a little bit, but Yeah, we'll have to overeat a little bit just to get out of the calorie deficit here. And that's perfectly fine. Go ahead and catch my first sleep. As soon as I wake up, I'll eat another one of those. Alright, it is now December 1st. So if my theory about the kale is correct, then back at Jericho, the couple rows of kale that we have planted is going to start losing health as of today. Because I think December is out of its valid month. And what that means is I think generally it usually takes like a day to a day and a half for the crops to die. Don't quote me on that. I have no idea if that's an accurate number. That's just an estimate from observations that I've done. So let's go ahead and eat another one of these stir fries. And that took us out of weight loss. So we're now at neutral weight. So I'll eat one more of these. That'll probably put us into weight gain territory. So let's go ahead and just make a couple more before we deploy. Gonna take some kale out of the freezer, thaw it, cook it, and then get it into these fries, because that should give us plenty of calorie. When we were at the grocery store that was full of mostly garbage, we did happen to find some lard. Lard does not go bad, and it has tons of calories in it. But more important than calories, it's got fats. So these stir fries we're putting together, we can do butter, vegetable oil, and lard. That's a triple source of fat. And then we'll top the rest of it with, what was I doing, potatoes last time? And whatever. I'll do a potato for one and a sweet potato for the other. Or something like that, whatever. Something called Crackhead Lullaby. Now that's interesting. It works that Fridays are supposed to be chill. That depends on the Friday. In some cases, there is no such thing as chill, even on a Friday. So that put us into weight gain, regular weight gain. So that's fine. As long as we continue eating foodstuffs that have lots and lots of calories in them, we'll be good on weight gain. I'm going to continue wearing my super warm gear right here, the beret and the vest. I don't bother finding one that matches the color set because I want to remember that I'm wearing them. They're really, really warm. We can get even warmer than this if it gets colder. So we are now seeking... what are we seeking? There's a couple different things. I don't need to go back to Jericho yet, because if the kale are losing health, then I won't know for at least a little while. So we should wait until noon before going back. I'll take some of these buckets of water with me, because then we can put together a rain barrel and just fill it up. Let's go check the other Section 8 apartments here. These ones around the corner, we have completely wiped them out. There were a lot of zombies in them. But, the apartments here might be a little bit more varied. Maybe we'll find something that is a bed, but is a little bit less bulky. Yeah, that's a 4-poster. I think that one as well. Should know better than to expect variety from Section 8 housing. Haha, here we are. Look at that. It's two of these beds. Very simple, small beds. I'm going to take both of them because this is not going to be the last field base that I'm going to build where I want to have a minimalist approach. A smaller bed is a better bed for situations like that. I don't want to do green. I've done green so many times I've lost track. But green is very, very, very common. You want to do green like stoves and whatnot. Best thing about stoves, though, is I can steal them from restaurants, which there's plenty of. I don't have to go to a residential location to find those. So we really only needed the bed from here, so that's fine. Warehousing and yeah, that getting everybody, especially for weekend deliveries and whatnot. If there's Amazon anywhere in the supply chain, then yeah, that they don't have any concept of a weekend. Now, there are more variety stuff in these townhouses down here, but they are not clear. I have not cleared any of those townhouses. Phone rings, you pick it up. Yep. No, that's the apocalypse won't stop the automated phone calls. Nothing will. You know, these metal cabinets are really really easy to make match with anything. I might do metal cabinets. We'll see. I'll survey what my options are as we move up. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just getting a few things situated here before we resume our massive fights here on 1st Street. 1st and Main here at Louisville. Forgot about the skeletons here. I think we've got one of the stoves that I really like is right in there. Here's somebody making noise. Ah, there you are. Up here. No backfill on my roads, please. I've cleared this area. Get off that door, bruh. Actually could use a steel sheet right now. If I could find a second one, that'd be amazing. Hey, look at that. Second one. I have exactly one window, so there's a curtain for it. Now, when we get there and we put down the bed and we go to sleep, we're technically not going to be indoors yet, so we're actually going to be sleeping outdoors. So the fact that I am very heavily bundled up right now, I'm going to stay that way so that we can sleep outdoors without getting cold. Despite how cold it is, it's like about 8 or so degrees below freezing right now. Here's a pillow. I almost forgot a pillow. Don't want to do that. Hello. Pillow is on the bed, so now we have 2 pillows. Good. Your living room is now a butcher shop. Nah, that'll happen if zombies get in. And you gotta wipe them out where they stand. Honestly, if zombies got into my base, I'd do my best to lure them outside, but sometimes that's not an option. Sometimes you gotta wipe them out before they slap your, I don't know, slap one of your loot containers to death. Alright, this is what happens when I leave corpses on my road. I gotta go over them real slowly. I usually try not to let them in my road. But this is the building that just keeps on giving. I'm pretty sure we're done with it, but I don't know. And look at this, I have no idea where this straggler came from. But I know where he's going. You can have, well, okay, so you only need 1 pillow. In terms of how many pillows you can have, you could do probably like 25 per tile. So you could have 100 pillows on a 4 tile bed. We're just going by encumbrance limits. You can have 50 encumbrance per tile, and beds have 4 tiles. So yeah, 100 pillow beds. Go for it. But you only need 1. Alright, we'll do the... Ooh, I think I know. We'll see. Let's try the bed in the corner here behind the stairs. And let's do the kitchen directly next to the stairs. I dropped the oven, and it's right there, but you can't see it. There we go. No need to install it yet. I don't have a generator. Oops. Now, whenever you put a bed in a corner like this, I don't know if it's always going to work right. Sometimes it doesn't detect whether there's a pillow on the bed if you put it in like a corner like this for some reason. And I don't know if that is going to apply here. So let me put a pillow on that tile and see if I try to sleep here. Look at that. It says good, but it doesn't say good with pillow. Something is wrong with putting beds in corners, and I don't understand what. I don't think it's possible to put a pillow on the in the back here. Is it? No, see, she just does nothing. She took the pillow out of the backpack, but then nothing happens. Hang on, I'm going to pick the bed up and then put the pillow in the corner. So there's a pillow on both tiles, so the game should have no excuse. It should have no excuse. Okay, placement system isn't even working right now. I'm just going to hit drop. Wait, why did it... What the hell? It's like it doesn't want to put the pillow on that tile. What the hell is going on there? I have never seen that kind of an issue before. Oh, it is on that tile. Okay, good. Perfect. It should... Yes, now it says good with pillow. So we can have like a corner cubby bed here. So we're doing tiny home living here. But of course we're not going to sleep without a door and a window. Shit. That means I need to go steal somebody's window. I didn't consider that. You know what we're going to do in the meantime? We're just going to go sleep at a place that is confirmed secure nearby. We'll be going that direction and go get a window anyway. But yeah, to answer your question, only one pillow will actually increase the quality of sleep that you get. Any further than one pillow has no effect. I do wish you could put... I hate having corpses in my roads, especially when the corpses are hiding behind buildings. Hey, KTO, how's it going? We're having a wacky adventure trying to get a place to sleep set up, but we failed to do it in time, so now we've got to fall back to we got a known good location right here. Behind several doors. We never did get a pillow on this bed, but too late now. That's alright. If anybody's not familiar with my character build, we're playing a character that has Restless Sleeper and Wakeful. And what that really means is you just have two bedtimes. You have two bedtimes, sleep twice every night, and have a little gap between your sleep. You know, screw around in the middle of the night a little bit. You'll probably do fine for staying awake for most of the daylight hours. And that's kind of our goal for sleep. So we do need another window. We actually have some intact windows right here. Problem is, we don't have a crowbar. Yeah, can't steal a window without a crowbar. Okay, well, that means we're going back to get a crowbar. It's amazing how setting up a base can just spiral into needing all sorts of tools. More blue tiles. Are we talking like just plain smooth blue? And is it carpet or is it like an actual like ceramic tile? We're talking interior design in Project Zomboid. Yeah, it can go. You can go pretty hard with interior design in this game. You know what? Let's outfit this vehicle with a crowbar. We don't have one in this vehicle yet. If we go... This was probably not the right turn to make. This is absolutely not the right turn to make. I don't usually recommend trying to do this, but once you understand that vehicles are only 2 tiles wide, you can do anything. Ah, got a vagrant back here. This is unacceptable. Say no to vagrancy. Alright, I got a warehouse right here. Warehouse should have plenty of crowbars and other things. We need some plaster, probably more than 1 bag. So, perfect timing. That was going to be like a longer term concern to get the walls plastered. There's nothing stopping me from grabbing it now, though. We got the room for it. Sounds like somebody just died. Sucks to be that guy. There we go, crowbar. Perfect. Is there anything else that I might need from this place? I'm not seeing anything. 3 steel rods. How about that? That'll get us a barricade on the windows that we can see through. Okay. I might double barricade the windows. Yeah, we'll double barricade the windows. Just need one more steel rod for that. We already got some paint. We'll do black walls. Yeah. So we're in searching for a window. Look at that, and that's not intact, is it? Nope, that is not intact. Couldn't tell for a second. We do have an intact one down here. So this window right here, I can pick it up. Because I got a crowbar now. Only a 5% chance to break, which means I'm going to break 3 in a row, right? Nah, we're good. That is the only immediate need for the crowbar, but if I wanted to do tile floors, then we'll need the crowbar for that. Hey, Richard, how's it going? Good morning. Here's the CNN headquarters here. Alright, temperature just rose above freezing, so we're taking the, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take the heavy, bulky clothing off. Give me that vest. There should be a way around the corpses if I hug this far left side up here. I remember this now. It's a tiny little space. Oh, we're still running over that one bitch's head. Damn it. Ugh. I hate leaving corpses in my road, but once it's done, it's not undone for weeks. It takes a lot of time for them to decay. Into the file with you. Alright, here we are back at our new location. I already put the window in the trunk, so let's grab that. Let's put all this cookware and food supplies elsewhere. Crowbar back into the trunk for now. Window, curtain, steel rods. Dub rod, or torch, and then we just need some dub rods, which we should have some in that backpack. Big should. Yeah, we do. Okay. Must be placed in a room with a roof. Okay. The game won't let us install curtains unless it's in a room with a roof. That's... What? Okay. All right. So we're doing a double barricade, one on each side, so that this window is nice and well protected if zombies do wander up there. They shouldn't. It will be an absolute... I mentioned this before, but the whole point of our base design is to ensure that they have as little incentive as possible to go upstairs. That is just a just-in-case sort of situation. So we have a steel sheet right here. What I want to do is split 2 of these steel sheets. So we have a bunch of smaller steel sheets that we can use for doors. Or just one door, really. Maybe the upper floor will have one, I don't really know. We do not need... Oh, we do need dub rods. Okay, I'll leave those on the floor too then. We just ran out of torch. Alright, minimum viability for sleep has been achieved. So we can now safely sleep inside. Now we just want to get a roof over our head and actually get water infrastructure, and then, like I said, just bare minimums is all we're going for right now. We did lose the music. It's not going to come back until we trigger combat. There's not enough zombies in the area until we spawn in one of these buildings, which we're not ready for that yet. So I'm just going to fire up... we got a playlist of the game's music here. We're ready for this to happen because it happens all the time. Let me just get that volume down to 60. Oops, saw log. There we go. Gotta be very careful up here. We are now on the 3rd floor. Short by 3 planks, I believe. Yeah, because you can't put ceiling tiles directly over the staircase, and that's fine. Now, this is a long-standing challenge in this game, getting a place to be considered indoors. This is not currently considered indoors, and you can tell by the temperature. Whenever you go indoors in this game, the temperature just arbitrarily jumps up by several degrees. So you can see there's no change whatsoever right now. There's a couple of things you can do when a place does not consider itself indoors. The first, I'm going to go ahead and do is get some wall frames put up around the staircase. So if I put walls there, there, and there, sometimes encasing the staircase itself is that can actually fix it sometimes. There probably won't, and there's many other things to try if it doesn't work. So yeah, no change. We need a little bit more planks. There's a second problem that happens right now in B42. Probably just, you know, I'm sure the devs will eventually figure this out. Right now, when you build your own base, certain horizontal walls, so like from the top left to the bottom right, certain horizontal walls will automatically spawn a pole in between them. And those poles will mess up whether the game considers a place indoors. So how to get ahead of that, you got to delete the poles. So what we do is I'm going to step outside here and go into disassembly mode, and we're going to look for poles in between the wall tiles, like this pole right here. We're going to delete this one. And then step inside and see if anything has changed. Nothing yet. We're going to keep doing that until something changes. Why did these poles spawn? I don't know. This has been around for a very long time. Possibly all of B42 so far. And it is proven to be the linchpin when it comes to building custom bases and actually getting the place to be considered indoors. Now, those spawn, like I said, on all left to right, or like, what is it, east to west walls. So that means up here too, I think. Maybe not. So the outer corner there. I really don't want this to be the problem, but it might be. Because then the base looks stupid if you have to delete the outer one. Let's see if that did the trick. Nope. Okay. Let's delete the outer one then. If this doesn't do the trick, then I might be at a loss for a bit. We'll have to troubleshoot. Nope. Okay. Fuck. That's really annoying. We did not miss a spot up here. Everywhere where we can put a floor has been floored. Well, if we try rebuilding the corner pieces, dumb stuff happens. Like, really dumb stuff. But, let's see if that fixes it. It's not dumb if it works, I guess. So we can build a wooden pole. Problem is, this blocks movement. So we just built a wooden pole right there, but now, look at this. I can't go in this direction now. The wooden pole is blocking me. And that didn't solve it, so... If I do one in that corner, too. Alright, then. We're reaching levels of stupid I didn't expect. No change. I don't know if this is going to work, guys. This might be broken in a way that I'm not familiar with. Let me just go into disassembly mode and check and see if we missed any spots. Oh. There are ones in here. Okay. Nope. Still doesn't work. I'm baffled, guys. I'm genuinely baffled. I don't know if there's anything else I can try here. I really wish that this was a little bit better. But I guess by working on crafting before building, the devs are at least doing something sort of in the correct direction. There is one other thing that I could try that I really don't think should work, but it's possible. Let me get a couple more planks here. Wait a minute. No, okay. We isolate the whatchamacallit, if we isolate the staircase entirely here, that might help with the problem. Or short by a plank. Good thing is, if we run out of planks again, there's an entire forest that I mean to clear anyway. I'm running out of ideas here. Set of nails too. Let's just check and see if this is the problem here. Oh, you know what? I just had another idea. Maybe we need to wall this direction here. Hang on. Nails downstairs. Now that was an interesting transition. Something changed just now. Oh, this is considered indoors now. All right, now, okay, so we're making some sort of progress here. They're gonna make me cut more logs, aren't you? Hang on, we've got 2 large branches here. My calculations are correct. We might not need any more. Nutrient-dense food. Oh, Chamicho, I'm sorry, I missed your question. Yeah, just pay very close attention to what you're eating, because, there are, if you just eat and you're not paying attention to your weight, you might want to change what you're eating. Without more... Okay, that didn't fix it. But yeah, without more information about what you've been eating, it's going to be difficult for us to figure that out. The only other thing I can think of now is maybe it really was that back corner, and deleting the pole out here might have caused more harm than good. It's hit or miss whether the poles are the problem. I've seen it be the problem before, and then I've seen it not be the problem. That might have done it. I saw the game stutter for a moment after we did that. Nope, didn't do it. We're still outdoors. Sometimes I hate this game, guys. I really do. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Why is this little cubby right here considered indoors, and this not? I'm floored. 3,400 hours in this game, and I still don't understand fully what causes certain places to be considered indoors while others aren't. I am going to delete this doorway right here and just see if that has an impact. This is indoors still. Now if I delete the frame, that's what I meant to say. Okay, now nothing is indoors. So I'm left to assume that the problem has never been... The problem is somewhere out here, obviously. That much is obvious to me now. I have one possible idea. This little tile right here that was automatically created when we built the stairs. Something might be fucked up with that tile. So I'll take a couple of planks, go up there, maybe delete, rebuild it. Oh, fuck off. I can't disassemble it because it's at the top of a staircase. If I build over it. That did nothing. But now there's 2 floors up there. We have one more. This is like I'm grasping at straws here. I really am. All I know is that these poles have done really weird things, both for and against us. Now, if I can't get this place to be considered indoors, what that really means is I can't get any water. That's what that really means at the end of the day. You can't plumb a water fixture unless it is considered indoors. There's other silly things that you can't do unless you're indoors, but that's the crux of the issue. I'm not really even concerned about things like heat retention. That's nice. It would be nice to be a little warmer, but at the end of the day, what I really care about is water, and I can't get water in here. Not like this. Oh, I'm going for broke. I can't help but to assume there's something to do with that corner. So I'm falling back, building a wall right here. So we're just avoiding that corner entirely. Nope, nothing. At some points I will give up on this. I don't want to do this the entire stream, but I want to try to figure this out if I can. It is absolutely infuriating, but, well, sometimes that's just what you deal with in a game like this. Alright, well, we're gonna get the bed set back up so that we can at least sleep. What's going on there? What's that little pole in the corner? No, that's nothing. Yeah, it's absolutely bad poles. Not a fan of them. I'm not a fan. It just makes trying to do a custom base just absolutely nightmarish. Should just be a very simple thing. I'm just building a wooden box here. A wooden box should not be that difficult. And yet, that is the game we're playing right now. You can't even build a wooden box. What I'm doing now is redoing the walls that had... Left to right? Yeah, left to right. So if there are any zombies on the right here, or sorry, yeah, on the left. If there are any zombies to the left, that meta event will be bringing them to the right. I fucking hate meta events sometimes. I don't see any movement right now. And when zombies, yeah, see these guys up here? They're just going from left to right because of that meta event. And they're going to keep going. Like, the staying power of a meta event is uncontested in this game. These fucking assholes up here walking left to right because of that sound that we just heard, the little shotgun blast. They will keep going in that direction for a very long time. And they will slap anything that comes in their way. So that's why we've got to have our almonds active if we hear a meta event. I don't see anybody coming out of the city hall or going around it. Yeah, meta events can be, well, the devs want them to be, like, wildcard things, and, good job, they are. I am almost completely out of ideas here. I really hate this. I don't understand it. I really don't. I could undo and redo every single wall out here, I feel like. Okay, fuck it. We've got a place to sleep here. We're gonna sleep here. I'm gonna need to go bundle up pretty tightly because it is very cold right now. Cowhide jacket, hunting vest, Damaz, a scarf, beret on the head. This should keep us warm through just about anything right now. In fact, it'll keep us so warm that the moment we start running around or sawing logs again, that's when we start sweating. So that's why we don't wear it all the time. But this is so warm that I don't expect we'll get cold at all tonight. Even though we're technically outdoors right now. Oh, I lied. Look at that. Yeah, whatever. We never got to stage 2 cold, so we'll be fine. Doing a quick check down here, make sure nobody got displaced into the woods. We're looking good. You guys are going to have to forgive me for bashing my head against this this place for so long, because I really want to know what's causing this. If I can figure this out, then I feel like my ability to build custom bases will go up. But we're going to need some more logs. We used up all the logs we had and all the planks we brought. And there's the overheating now. Don't underestimate body heat generation, it'll mess your day up. I don't think plaster is going to help. I can plaster these walls, and I'm approaching that point where I'm just going to do it anyway. So coming in here and just seeing these random walls that gap out back here, that makes me suspicious of those walls. But there's nothing else that I can do back here. There's no poles to disassemble and reassemble or anything like that. There's no poles in that corner. Now, if you put doorways down, without doors, just doorways, I think that actually contributes towards making a place be indoors. As silly as that sounds. That is something I did previously in debug mode to find out exactly how to figure this out. We went into debug mode and spawned a bunch of doors in. Or doorways, rather, that's what I meant. So, once again, this area here is now indoors. This will at least tell us which corner the problem is in. I mean, behind the stairs, what do you mean? Oh, it is closed behind the stairs here. Like, there's nothing here. Close that tile behind the stairs. I'm a little bit baffled. Oh, there goes my flashlight, so we got a backup battery for that. That means we need to go find another battery in the soonish department. Okay, it is absolutely something to do behind the stairs. You are correct. What we've discovered here is that the problem is not on this side. So I can rule out the window, I can rule out that corner. But now we're cold again in here. Okay, so the top of the stairs is quote-unquote, yeah, you might, I think you're onto that. Okay, so we've got 4 more planks. We can do 1 doorway back here. We'll need another one. But if we've identified where the problem is, then these other doorways are now redundant. I mean, they always have been. It's really just we built them to try to figure out where the problem is. Nope. Didn't work. The fuck is this random... Oh, we got another random pole here. It is absolutely something wrong with this back corner. Starting to lose my mind here. We have proven that we can't get, we can't sleep yet without getting cold. So how do we avoid this in the future? Indoor stairs are not a good idea for custom bases. Outdoor stairs are a better idea. That is, if we avoid indoor stairs completely, we might avoid this problem. So I've learned something, at least. Quote-unquote something. Well, at the very least, we're also making progress on this forest. We've got to wipe out this entire place so that we can see all these zombies that are going to be incoming from the right side here. For anybody sticking around through all this nonsense, I appreciate you. This is not very compelling content, but that's what happens when you're playing a very unstable beta here. Okay. So wherever the problem is, this corner can kind of be ruled out because we go through these doorways here, and this corner is now fine. So something is going on out here still. We've established that it's not in this area. Are you fucking kidding me? Is it really these walls next to the stairs? I don't. It's got to have. I mean, obviously, it has something to do with the stairs. The question is exactly what. Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of my best viewers that stuck around for the longest time only found my channel because of some of the dumb shit that I sat around and figured out here. We have spent some time. There was a long story behind this, but we had some pianos at one point. We had some pianos, and the dev said they fixed this. I don't think they've fixed it yet. I think the pianos are still busted. Speaking of busted, what are the odds that it's these messed up floors here? I don't think the odds are very high, but let's... I'm in for a penny at this point. We delete that floor, we put it back down. No change. However, we've got one other messed up floor right here. Well, if it was because of the stairs, Torsisto, if it was because of the stairs, then why did closing off the staircase completely not work? That's what's blowing my gourd right now. Okay, the fucked up floors being replaced did not do anything. But yeah, just a little bit earlier we had walls right here, effectively cutting off the staircase completely. And the funniest part about that was that this area right here was now considered indoors. That bottled my mind. My brain was off the roster at that point. So we got 5 flanks left. There's no messed up floors up here. All of the floors up here are great. I have an idea, and it's a really stupid one. But I can't execute that idea because I don't have a sledgehammer. Now, the number of times that the problems we've run into have been attributable to these stupid-ass poles in the corners. Too many. Okay, not it. There's a pole in this corner. I don't know where it is, though. Can I only see it from another angle here? Okay, that wasn't it. I'll continue the progress here. I hear somebody flipping over a fence down there. Let's go deal with them. And then we'll need to find a bite to eat because, well, how's our weight gain? We're in rapid weight gain. So that means we only really need to worry about calories. That means I can drink some milk. We have some milk nearby. I'm going to go have a drink of milk. And then we will kill those zombies. Did you say break those 2 walls behind the stairs? I'm not saying no, I'm thinking about which ones specifically you're talking about. You're not talking about the door frames we built. Are you talking about, dumb noise? Okay, so are you talking about anything that's still intact? Or was that everything? Stand by one moment. Okay. I mean, I feel like if I just built a wall completely outside of the staircase, that's what I'm going to do next. But we need to go find whoever's slipping over fences down here. Oh, look at that. We have an entire group. Okay. Combat break, everybody. I need to not be over encumbered for this. I'll just take the backpack off then. There we go. All right.
Hey!
There's one thing I haven't tried yet. I have no idea if this could possibly be it. What if it's getting fucked up because of this metal floor? Now, I mean, we won't know until I, So whatever the problem is, it has nothing to do with the stairwell. Not necessarily, at least. Okay, guys. I'm sorry that I wasted this much time without doing this from the start. I'm going into debug mode. I am determined to find out what this problem is. And in order to do this without wasting too much more time, I'm going to go into debug mode so that I can just spawn tiles without... Because, I mean, at this point, we've wasted enough time going up and down stairs, deleting wood by having inefficient disassembly and reassembly. So we're just wasting time with regathering resources that we shouldn't have to. This should not be a problem. If we are going to build a building that's just a literal wooden box, we shouldn't have any problem being indoors. So how do you go to debug mode? First, you close out of the game. Then you mark your emails as red, because otherwise the little red notification drives you insane. Then you go to your library page here, properties-debug, under general there, under your launch options. So we hit play. The game is now in debug mode. Be very careful opening certain menus in debug mode. The mere act of opening certain menus can mess with your character's stats. By closing and reopening the game, the music should be back now. Yep, this is absolutely cheating. Because I have lost patience for this. So, what do we do in debug mode? When you right-click on something, go to debug, go to brush tool. We are going to just start copying and pasting walls until we can figure this out. Now, when I say walls... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I hate this game sometimes, I really do. We've messed up something about our character by opening debug mode. Our max carry weight is only 8. God, man, that... Hang on, my ugly fucking face is in the way here. Of course, it turned on God mode by default. I don't want that. It will fix itself? Oh, well, look at that. It fixed itself. Okay, cool. I don't know why it was only like that while God mode was on. For some reason, God mode was on by default. So I turned God mode off, and now my character looks fine. So now we'll take a look at what I was saying before with the brush tool. Okay, this area is now considered indoors. This area is not. This area is considered indoors, this area is not. So whatever the problem is, it's somewhere in this not 3x3 tile area. It's got to have something to do with just being next to the fucking staircase. That is the conclusion I'm starting to come to here. Let's copy a... copy this tile and then now go the other direction here. Okay, I was wrong. It's not the stairwell. Yeah, this area right here, this little 3x3 room here is now indoors. So it's something on this area right here. I was not expecting that. Yeah, something on this wall. This horizontal wall right here. I never could... It's not the stairs, KTO. It's not the stairs. I am baffled by that because I thought it was going to be the stairs. But now, everything is indoors right now. Everything is indoors, except... we can tell that by looking at the temperature up here. The temperature is going up. We're like 20 degrees warmer right now. And now we go into one of these 3 tiles right here, and look at that. It's 10 degrees colder now. No, there's no poles here. I am baffled because there's no poles right here. As far as I know, I mean, let's go to disassemble mode, standard disassemble mode here. No, there's no poles on any of these tiles. I don't know what's going on with but there's something wrong with one of these 3 walls, I'm guessing. We're in debug mode, so we can just delete. I had a bad joke about walls. Oh, I'm all about the bad jokes here. I don't know what it is. It just does not like this corner. There's something about this little tile, this little area right here. Give me a delete. It's the brush tool manager. Here you are. No, this is not extinction. We're actually in debug mode right now. We talk about the game settings in the description. We're trying to figure out something really weird right now. Okay, I have no idea why that just worked. I cannot even begin to explain why that just worked. But by building 3 walls and just avoiding creating walls right here, we've solved the problem. I need to understand this. You guys are going to have to forgive me. I'm going to spend a little bit more time in debug mode trying to understand this. So something about those 3 tiles. Was it really the messed up floor all along? I seriously doubt that it was supposed to be that. I don't know. I don't think that's ever been a problem for me before. I should have like a sledgehammer if I'm going to be doing this, or just disassemble the tool, disassemble the walls. The problem is disassembling like this actually takes time. Okay, so this floor tile right here, that's a little bit messed up for some reason, and I don't know why. I seriously doubt that could be the problem. It was the floor tile. It was that. Okay. Okay. So, what have we learned? We have learned that floor tiles, if they look messed up, like this one right here, they can cause very strange problems. So, okay. I still wish I feel like I'm a little bit closer to the understanding behind reality here. All we're doing now is just destroying the files that we built for the sake of troubleshooting here. Hang on a second. No, never mind. See, there used to be a destroy button in debug mode without having to go to a sub-menu. I guess that's just not a thing anymore. Okay, now that made it outdoors again, and that's fine, because I think if that was the only problem, then all of the backtracking we did over here was we never needed to do it to begin with. I should be able to build those walls and get this place indoors again. Look at that, we're indoors now. And there's still this, I don't understand why that wall is right there. Okay, yeah, problem solved. We can now finish building this place, and no more glitches should happen, theoretically. Okay, so we're done with debug mode. So I apologize for dragging everybody along with me down that rabbit hole. We don't often do that here, but every once in a while, I need to understand this game, and that the silly little things that come up when you're trying to do a custom base of your own design. You never run into any of these problems when you're doing a base of you're building out a base from a existing POI. You almost never run into problems like this. But in this case, we're trying to build a custom base, and all kinds of really dumb things can happen. Hey, Luchador. We're doing all right. After just now, we had to open up debug mode to figure something else out about constructing our own custom bases. I loathe to say we learned something important, but basically, if you're trying to build a custom base and you have a messed up floor somewhere, that can apparently prevent places from being counted as indoors. I don't know how. There we go. Alright, so debug mode is off. No cheats are still applied. We're actually losing health from being over encumbered still, so that's how you know for sure there's no cheats applied. Oh, only 2 walls and build them back. Would we all be so lucky? But yeah, no, there's such random problems can come up when you're doing it like this. What we're doing aside from that, aside from trying to build a base and learning some really weird things in the process, what we're trying to do currently is we've got this field here in the middle of Louisville. It's right across from Town Hall, and we're preparing it to receive lots of zombies. There's some buildings in the area that have not spawned in yet. And when we go in to spawn them, we will have lots of fighting to do. That's 246. We might need more than that. I forgot exactly how many we needed. Yeah, that's right. These 2 walls here. So we'll need 4 more planks after this. Can you pick up that statue? Yeah. We have there's a community tab over there on, hang on a second. Some of my other folks here have been posting their bases so I could roast them. Let me post a link in chat here. Now, the screenshots are not very high resolution, but yeah. Some of our other folks have posted screenshots here. You can pull it up and see what it looks like. But yeah, this building right here, we, oh, if you're talking about this statue, no, we can't move this one. At least I'm 90% sure we can't. If I go to pickup mode, no, we don't see anything here. Now, interestingly, I wonder if that's like a double tall statue. If I were to go up here, would that give me the option to pick it up? Nah. Okay, so it's not like a 2-story object. Unfortunate. Use 3,000 planks. Now that is that's a metric lot right there. We did not bring the rope with us, so we'll just have to hand carry these. Yeah, Top Crown Plaza. I think that's the building we keep seeing spawn in. When we go too far this direction, we'll see it. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I think that's Top Crown Plaza. We can't even see the front panel of it from this distance. It's just that big of a building. So if anybody's curious why we need a base in this area, if we want to handle that apartment complex, yeah, we're going to need someplace nearby to crash as we progress. Just what it should have been all along. Just a little wooden box. That's all I wanted. This is all I wanted from the start. And yet, because of one silly little fucked up floor tile. And the funniest part about all of this, right? The fucked up floor tile that I'm talking about right here is this floor tile right here. Not this one specifically, but one that looks like it. You see how these other floor tiles, the floorboards are straight, even, good-looking tiles. This one right here seems to have this little warped gap in it. I don't know why, but it was this tile right here, or this one of these two, I can't remember. One of them looked just like that. It looked fucked up. And for some reason, deleting it and rebuilding it got this area to the left of me considered indoors. It had nothing to do with the walls. Apparently not, at least. The crosswalk is where the apartments are. Nice. Okay. Well, we're going to have to find that out eventually. That's in the long-term plans here. In the short term, we've got to drink something to get our weight back up and shut the hunger up. I don't need a whole liter. I can cancel that. Yeah, that'll work. So now I can do what I was going to do before with the bed here. Nothing of what we just did fixed the fact that the pillow won't be placeable once we place the bed. So I'll place the pillow first. And I'm going to do pillow on both tiles, because something weird goes on when you're only able to reach one tile of the bed. So I do want a corner bed. Definitely going to do that. Place it like this. And it counts, right? Yep, it counts. Okay. So now I can start placing other things. Since we're actually considered indoors now. Actually, I was going to do the fridge right there, I think. Was I? Maybe I'll do the fridge in the corner on this side. Yeah. It doesn't really matter as long as it's somewhere. Now, we don't have a generator yet, and when we do, it'll be somewhere else in the area. We have a trailer over here. Should have some floodlights in it. One of the floodlights will be sufficient for up here. These floodlights are battery powered, so we do not have to worry about electricity for this floodlight yet. We just place it wherever we want, and we can see. I could have done that at any point. I just didn't because I am bad at order of operations here. We've got a tarp in our backpack. I've been holding off on that for the rain barrels. We can do 2 rain barrels. I'm going to do one with a tarp and then one with a garbage bag. Tarp will go right next to the staircase up here. Because I like to use tarp rain barrels where appropriate to mark barrels that are directly above the water sources. So we'll put a sink right there to the left of the oven. And then a backup rain barrel, because I just like to do that. So we are now officially collecting snow here. Snow takes a long time to fill up rain barrels, but they do fill up. Now, something we brought with us is buckets of water. What I'm going to do is use these buckets of water that we already have filled to make a couple bags of plaster powder, or buckets of plaster, and get these walls plastered up. Now we have one leftover water bucket. Since we didn't bring enough plaster for that, I'm going to go ahead and dump this into the main barrel so we've got a little head start, and then leave the bucket to get filled back up with snow. I know, right? No, KTO, I got that post got deleted by Steam. I kind of made a mistake blaming that on Sully. Sully didn't do that. They would not be... It wouldn't say Steam moderation because Sully is just a community moderator for Project Zomboid, specifically. It was such a stupid joke, and clearly somebody from Steam didn't find it very funny because, oh, you gotta delete this. I don't have a trowel, a plastering trowel, and that's okay. We can take one of these tree branches and make a trowel out of it. We can now plaster walls. We should get 10 walls out of each of these buckets. How many walls do we have total? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 24, so we're going to be 4 tiles short. All right. That just means we need another plaster powder from the warehouse. That's not hard to find. And this is hardly a priority task. I was just doing it because we happen to have the plaster right in front of us. Alright, so these 3 walls, which I use debug mode to build, do not qualify for plastering. Interesting. That's... okay. I don't know how to feel about that. I guess this corner here, too. I mean, I could delete it and rebuild it, and then it would probably count. Yeah, we don't need to go back into debug mode. At least we shouldn't. But that will require more planks, which we do not currently have. And bedtime is coming up here. Not tired enough to sleep. You know what? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. When we stepped into debug mode and God mode was on, that reset my fatigue to 0. So that means that, yeah, we're basically just going to have to stay up all night. It's not the worst thing in the world, but that's going to mess my sleep schedule up. Dumb. We'll just have to say that as a headcanon, our character had a bit of a strange fever dream while trying to build this place. Wouldn't be the first time I've had that happen to one of my characters. She'll definitely tire herself out if we do some logging down here. You're correct about that, Kraken. There is a pharmacy down the road, but we don't even need that. We can actually take sleeping pills from the ones I brought. This is not the situation I anticipated using them in. But, yeah, no, we can... now, the way sleeping pills work, public service announcement, what they do is the moment you take them, you start building fatigue. And you will continue building fatigue until you get to 100. We don't want to get to 100 right now. Just by right-clicking and sleeping right now, we've stopped building fatigue. So basically, fatigue is a 0 to 100 stat, and when you get to like 60, that's when you see the Moodle pop up. That's with wakeful. So there's other thresholds depending on your traits. But so what we did just there is we took the pills and then just immediately right-clicked and then went to sleep. We never saw the Moodle pop up. So the sleeping pills just built a little bit of fatigue, long enough for us to go to sleep. And now we should be at a normal spot for a restless sleeper. I'm going to screw around in the middle of the night like I always do, and then I should be able to go to bed again at 5 a.m. And if I can't, then it'll just be a little bit of screwing around further than that. It's kind of hard to articulate all at once. The long and short of it is you should have 2 bedtimes if you are a restless sleeper with wakeful. Pool table is going to rot outside. Oh, right. He posted. Let's take a look. Oops. Community tab coming right up. So there's the farm. 2-story. Yeah, the pool table is Hopefully that's if you get like astroturf or artificial turf on that or something like that. Otherwise, the surface, the felt surface, is going to absorb water and get moldy. I like the plants. The potted plants are a nice touch. Very good matching aesthetic for your furniture. That's a lot of yeah. Using planks to make a railing, I appreciate it. You're reducing your chances of ever actually jumping off. I have never tested this, but I'm pretty sure you don't accidentally jump off if you run up to one of those fences at the edge and hit E. By accident, perhaps. I don't know this, so be careful. Yeah, I'm really mad that we can't light braziers. Braziers are... Or rather, we can't build them and we can't move them. We used to be able to move them. And it's truly cursed that we can't. Do you have any concept of if you'll do any special floors? Or is it going to be a very wooden aesthetic for the whole thing? Personally, I've seen enough wood aesthetic that I can't stand it for my own bases, but to each their own as it is. Falling off the roof of the second building while roofing. That can, yeah, that we took a fractured ankle on Annie when we were doing a roof for one of our custom bases. See, if I was going to do a full wooden aesthetic, then I could do a wooden counter right here. And I'm not going to lie, I was considering it, but, maybe not. We went and got these planks specifically so that we can do replacements for these walls that we're about to break open. Now these walls that I'm deleting right now, they were built during debug mode, which is why we weren't able to plaster them. And that's why we're deleting them. We're just going to delete, rebuild them properly so that we don't have to deal with anything from debug mode left over. There we go. Now we're considered indoors again, even though we haven't built the rest of the walls. We do want full walls, though. We don't want... If there's straggler zombies just walking around outside there, we don't want them to spot us while we're trying to sleep. So, instead of putting a bunch of windows and then putting curtains up, we're just going to put straight walls. It's fine. Now, because these walls are all player built, we should have no problem plastering them. Voila. We're still going to run out of plaster, unfortunately. That's not changed. One tile short. Oh, that's painful. That's alright. We'll figure that out later. Other places that we can pick up plaster in the area. In a perfect world, we'll be able to sleep right now. This is probably not a perfect world, though. This bucket up here to supplement the water capture. And we don't want to leave the battery light on overnight, so... Not tired enough to sleep. It happens. That's fine. I'm not going to resort to sleeping pills now. Running short on nails. Wooden aesthetic would be on brand for Kentucky. If it was anywhere else, I would probably be down for it, but this is Louisville. Serious business here. Short just by 2 planks. And that's alright. Not that big of a deal. Doing more logging over here later, so I'll leave the rope over here. Alright, next we need to find a sink and some counters and whatnot. It's very cold today, so it's probably best to continue wearing the heavy clothing. If we don't need it anymore, we can take off the chest piece first. Go from there. Got a roadblock forming over here. I get the feeling that I will be clearing this intersection many times in the future. Seems like a popular migration destination. I'm gonna be a little bit lazy and just do steel for the sinks and cabinets rather. We don't have a lot of real estate up there, so trying to do anything pretty and aesthetic is going to be costly in terms of space. So we're going for bare sustenance, but what we do have control over is just what we choose for the few amenities that will go up there. There's somebody mouth breathing. Oh, I remember this now.
Hey!
We heard this mouth breather before. They're in one of the bathrooms, I believe. And I just heard somebody flip over a fence that's going to be over there to the left somewhere. There you are. Should be clear now. So we got 2 chances for sinks here. That means I'm going to break both of them in a row, because that's just how this works. We don't waste water here. I'll go ahead and wash myself first, then fill up my bottles. Now let's watch it break when we try to pick it up. No, we got it. Okay. Excellent. Alright, so we've got our kitchen pretty much finished except for the fridge. I don't even remember, was there a fridge in there? Two fridges back here around the corner. Okay, good. I could use some more milk, sure. Milk is, well, it should be like a bottle of, dust at this point because of how long it's been. But that's alright. In order to pick up a fridge, I need to take all of my heavy weapons off, put them in the backpack on the floor here. And then... now I can do it. Then I just put it in my hand, and I can put all my stuff back on. Tedious, but it works. We do this because fridges weigh 40 encumbrance, which is the... you need to clear so much stuff out of your inventory so that you only have 10, or less than 10 less than 10 encumbrance of stuff on you in order to pick up a fridge. Went to make 5 maces, made long maces. Oh, yeah. And you just wasted a bunch of handles. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to damage them if you disassemble them. Just need a pipe wrench for the sink. Already got cookware in the garbage bag here. And then small form non-perishable. All non-perishable can go under this side. Perfect. Arf, arf, arf. Alright, so we're gonna get some more plaster powder because it is unfortunately starting to bother me a little bit. We'll get some more plaster powder, and then we will put in. We're actually probably going to get started on defenses after we finish just a little bit of aesthetic stuff on the upper level. Yeah, I am just moving these two corpses here so that we actually do have a drivable path that does not have a little bit of zombie on it. Unironically, this will prevent us from taking unnecessary damage to the wheels. Back and forth over a bunch of corpses is... no good for your wheels. Wheels are finite. Also, dividers, office dividers. That's what we're going to pick up more of. We'll probably just reuse the ones that we've already got deployed out here. We've got some on the floor out here in front of this large building here. We are done with these. We're completely done with these. This building has had all floors spawned in and wiped out, so we do not need these here anymore. This building is no longer a source of massive zombie. We will be reusing these at our defensive position up ahead. Every one of these is one less fence we have to build. And they only weigh 3 encumbrance each. Now, something about these that they currently don't get damaged when zombies flip over them. I expect that's going to get nerfed. That's probably going to get nerfed into oblivion. So, that's unfortunate, but anytime something is a little too easy in this game, yeah, always keep that in mind. It's just probably something that hasn't been caught and nerfed yet. What's the quickest way to reach level 9 carving? It's kind of... I actually don't really remember, to be honest. There's some recipes that will help. But there's a... I mean, honestly, just whatever level you're at, just pick the highest level recipe that you can do and grind materials for it. I will tell you that anything that involves a log, like goblets or a bucket, full logs are generally not very material efficient. Anything that only uses a branch is pretty good, because you get branches a lot. I don't think there's anything major that I needed. These two floodlights that are, these are generator-powered ones. So we just want to keep them separate from the not generator, the battery-powered ones. Whistles, yes. Bone whistles, I think. To be honest, I didn't use very many bone things when leveling, and that might be one of the reasons it took me so long. I'm gonna get more than just one bag, even though we only need one. Pipe wrench. We've already got several, but there's another one. Yeah, it looks good for now. Looking at the stuff on the floor, nothing's immediately jumping out at me here. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I got so tunnel visioned on that project we were just doing that the kale is probably all dead now. It's fine. Honestly, we have so much kale right now, it's not even funny. But I am a little bit... I'm disappointed in myself because I said that I was going to go look at it, and then I completely forgot because we went down a rabbit hole with that silly field-based construction project. We're only going to take forward 2 bags of plaster powder. I'll leave the last 4 here. Load those up another time. I would like buckets of water. We've got several up here. Aren't there very few carving recipes that you won't eventually be able to research yourself? I was always under the impression that carving was one of the easiest things to eventually research. But I've never paid too close attention to it, to be honest. Carving has never felt difficult to me, even when I didn't have a bonus in it. For anybody joining, welcome. We're coming off of a strange high there, with some strange stuff. We tried to build a field base, and something went really wrong with trying to get it to be considered indoors. We had to go to debug mode and wasted probably an hour or so on all that. But we're coming down the home stretch on all that nonsense. Now we've got a pretty well defended position here. And when I say well defended, what I really mean is as long as we're up here. Or as long as we're down there and not up here, there's no incentive for the zombies to come up here. Generally speaking, they should not try to come up here unless they're following us. So as long as we're not up here during a combat phase, we should be okay. That's the point, right? We don't want to be coming up here during combat. Because there's only one way in or out. If it was a previous build, I would have some escape ropes so that I don't have just one way in or out, just for backup purposes. Zombies attack escape ropes now, so that's not even an option anymore. That's just a waste of rope at this point. If you're going to have any zombies coming through, then I wouldn't even bother with escape ropes. Last bucket of plaster to finish up the walls upstairs. Just need our plastering trowel. Our wooden trowel, rather. Oh, you know what? I forgot to build this last wall. That's alright, I suppose. We've got the plaster, that's the important thing. If you have Inventive and the mag. I've never tried Inventive. I would be curious to know that. If you ever find out, let me know. We are quite hungry. Still in rapid weight gain, which is great. I'm just going to drink this carton of milk here. I'll shut the hunger up for quite a bit, keep our calories up. We can now plumb this sink. We can now refill our water from our own supply here. If anybody's not familiar, public service announcement, I always mention this. Water buckets fill up with rainwater much faster than rain barrels do. So you can get 10 liters of water just by leaving a bucket on the floor while it's raining. A lot faster than you'll ever get 10 liters of water fill up one of these things. So what you do is just leave some buckets nearby, let the rainwater fill the buckets up completely, and then dump the buckets into your barrels. Then you're getting the best of both worlds. Now we picked up a bunch of dividers. As you can see, we've already got dividers here that we're using as walls to prevent us from accidentally falling off. So I'm going to continue that trend here. We'll just get even numbers of lefts and rights and head on up there and see what we can accomplish. I have a suspicion. Yeah. So they can only be facing the outer edges of tiles here. So we really can't do anything but the far wall. Even then, gaps. That, the ones that homies in chat are talking about right now, Neat Building, that does sound like a mod that, if I was going to do mods, that would probably be way up there on the list of mods I'd probably grab. We don't currently do mods here, but if we did, that, why can't I place this here, I wonder? Something about the fact that it's the top of the stairs, I guess. Well, okay then. That's just a waste. So we can't put them all the way at the edge, so that's whatever. Now, it's going to sound silly, but part of our defensive strategy is these benches are actually a part of our defensive strategy. Oh, why not? Just take them all. Okay, I haven't looked at my metal fences in a while. It's just steel rods for the small ones. They look a lot uglier than these office partitions, but it would at least keep the appearance consistent. You know what? Speaking of consistent, if I can't do them on all corners up here, let's just use them. These cubicles are much more useful against zombies right now than they are for decorative purposes. So we're going to deploy all of them for the barricade downstairs. Like I said, that's not going to be true for the rest of forever. I can almost guarantee you the devs will nerf that someday. But today's not that day, so we will be using these. I'll be using them happily. Yeah, I'm just going to cut out the edge tile here. Now, we're not going to rely on this a lot for combat immediately. We're going to have positions much farther forward than this. This is qualified as a fallback position at best. If anybody has seen the way I've designed my fighting positions, you'll kind of know what I'm getting at with that. Actually, let's just move these over. It's easier to see from that side. Forgot that we don't have to worry about things blocking the metal stairs. The metal stairs, you can place anything on them. So that's actually not stopping our movement at all, which is great. Okay, looking good back here. At least for the ones that we've got so far. We need one. We'll need one full more partition, and then what is that? Some partials. No, just one more full partition right here, and that's it. Okay. As counterintuitive as this sounds, I probably should push them back out. Because right now, if I stand in the middle here, and somebody were to flip over the fence behind me, they would be well within lunge range. So if I push them back one, then that's smarter. Not all of them. I'm gonna just do all the way up to the this side here. Beautiful. So now if I stand in the middle here, I'm at least 2 tiles away from each one. That's perfect. Actually, that is perfect. Okay, beautiful. Coming along nicely. Let's have a drink of milk. I'm being lazy when it comes to food. If I just drink milk and keep my calories up, then we will continue gaining weight quickly. Alright, now we can come back here to the big office building and pick up a whole bunch more dividers. Quick perimeter check through the rooms. Looking good. Nobody's gonna burst out of the hallway or anything. What was it? The interior dimensions were 6 by 4. That's 24 floor tiles. I was going to do black walls because we have a couple buckets of black paint, but 2 buckets of black paint won't be enough for all the walls. We discovered the same problem with our plastering, because each bucket of paint is worth 10 walls, and we had 2 buckets of plaster, and we were short just a little bit. So let's go get another bucket of black paint, and then take a consideration for flooring. Lots of dark blue carpeting in here. We do have back door access. Let's just take another quick peek through this area. This is like a slightly lighter dark blue, or like a dark cyan sort of carpet right there. So that's a little, yeah, not that. This is going to be like hardwood flooring in this. That's a pile of crap right there. Ooh. If I do black walls, is this like a dark blue tile? Purple tiles is what the game calls them. They look dark blue instead of purple, but maybe I'm missing some tint there. Floor shopping in the apocalypse. These are all light tiles here. I will go for the carpeting that's in Better Furnishings here. We'll go for that for the indoor. So that's just 24 tiles of carpeting from here. That's easy. Carpeting is lightweight. There's somebody scratching something. Back here somewhere. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Dark gray carpet, it's called. I will not be gaslit. There is a slightly blue tint to this gray. It is not a neutral gray. It is a cool gray, a very cool gray. I'm a little sensitive to people saying that colors are shades when there's actually some noticeable bias to it. One of my many extremely weird. Does KTO harass you ever? He harasses me all the time. That's what I'm here for. We have a chat of people who obsess over this game here, and sometimes we go nuts here. Can't lost track of how many things he's taught me about this game. Shout out. I think that was perfect, actually. 24 is the target. You know what? These gray tiles here, gray square tiles, these would be perfect for the exterior. If we're doing 4x6, which is, I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing. 4x6 plus 4 for the outer tiles. So that's 4 plus 4 plus 6 plus 6 plus 4 for the outer tiles. That should be, okay, so it's another 24. I don't know if the math would always work out that way. But this is not going to be quite as easy. These weigh 3 encumbrance each. So 24 of these will be very heavy. We'll just take them in chunks of 6 here. You know what? As fate would have it, we have the exact correct amount right out here. So I'll just bring the van around. And that's it for the trunk. Apparently he's a hobo. Did not know this. TIL. Bunny suits can be found in the strip club. Okay, we could just barely fit all those tiles. You know what? We're going to do a floor mat too, just because I can. Alright, we're done here. They aren't in the game. He stole them all. Get around this pile up here. Brad FX, how's it going? Nana Madhouse, how you doing today? We're getting some base building ourselves done here. We just got a bunch of floor tiles. Kind of not necessary, but you know what? I like having nice floors. Sometimes it's the little things you gotta have to enjoy this game. We're gonna do gray square tiles on the exterior here. Now you see how this tile's got like a mess up in it? That is because of the floor beneath it. We'll have to delete and rebuild the floor. That's fine. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, it's definitely a Friday. Appreciate all my viewers swinging by today. Wish I could give you something slightly more interesting, but we're still in a preparation phase here. We'll get to some combat here soon. The way I play Zomboid is kind of a bit of an 80-20 split. 80% prep, 20% execution. It would be really cool if I could power those street lights. That is something that I know that mods used to do for B41, but if you could do it in 42, that'd be pretty dank. Fitness 1 only running. Oh god, man. That's, so you're saying unofficial Mad Lad, as it were. I can think of no better example of how certain systems in this game are just broken to the point of absurdity than looking at fitness and the dumb stuff that the dumb repetitive stuff you got to do to level it up. Moment of truth. I think we have the exact correct amount of these tiles for the exterior here. That we do. Now for the interior. That's just carpeting. Much more lightweight. Now, was it necessary to furnish it? No. Was I going to furnish it anyway? Absolutely. Don't ask me how I just did that through a wall. Strange things happen in this game sometimes. beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Got a couple cans of black paint here. We're going to catch a sleep because we are nice and tired. We don't have a paintbrush. Great. Okay, well, I don't know if you can make a paintbrush. There's no improvised version of it, so we'll just have to leave the cans of paint here until we locate a paintbrush somewhere. We might want to go back to Jericho for that. Right on time for bed, then. If anybody's not familiar, that is a battery-powered floodlight. When you get level 6 electrical, you can make a battery connector, and any light can be turned into a battery light. But the floodlights here provide the best return on investment for that if you're going to put a battery into something. So we'll have a generator eventually, so we can relocate the battery-powered one to somewhere else. I actually have to step away briefly IRL. Won't be gone too long, and then we will resume some tree cutting here. We've got to clear any line of sight obstructors in this general direction. That doesn't mean we're going to clear every single tree in the park. That might be a little overkill. I'm not ruling it out, but it might be a little overkill. We'll see. For the immediate moments, I'll have our girl chill here until I get back, and then we'll get started on that. Alright, so one moment, folks. Alrighty, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Sorry, that took a little longer than I expected. The moment I stood up, I got a little bit lightheaded. That's never a good sign for me. Usually that means I'm just not drinking enough water. So I refilled my water. We shall be hydrating copiously. Don't stay too thirsty, my friends. Alright, not a lot of time left before dawn, and we want to get to sleep around 5 a.m. That should be enough time to wipe out a tree or two. Let's just do a perimeter check. Never assume that there's not a zombie on the other side of a tree. That happens way too often. I believe I hear some mouth breathing somewhere to my right. Ah, here we are. Hello, friendos. This is probably a little too far away for us to worry about the sound of wood cutting to attract them, but they're foot mobiles in the area, so we're gonna have to die eventually. Why'd I get combat music? Only 2. I thought you needed 3 for combat music. Odd. Very odd. See, whenever that happens, if I get combat music for only 2, I'm like, alright, so is there one hiding nearby? I don't see anybody, so let's move up. It's 5 a.m. now, so we'll go ahead and sleep, and resume cutting wood after we catch our second sleep here. The brittle water. Not just good old-fashioned H2O, straight out of the tap. Alright, line of sight obstructions, it is time to be removed. I'm going to take some of my really warm gear off, so this chest, this hunting vest, and the scarf here. Those are some of my heaviest insulators right now, so when we cut a lot of wood at once, we'll have a lot of body heat generation, so this will keep us, hopefully, from overheating. Oh, look at that. We are still overheating. That's probably our body heat gen. Body heat gen's above 6.5, probably close to 7. I think 7's the max. I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, all we got to do is take a quick break and we'll drop down from that. Bundle up some of these logs in the meantime. Take another look in this parking lot back here. There's actually some unexplored corners. That's not good. Wipe out anybody back here. Hey. Couple of deuterinos hiding. An unknown number thanks to the stupid building. Couldn't see how many there were until the building decided to go away. Don't go into survivor house basements. Why not? Now you won't find survivor house loot down there, but there's no reason not to go down there. You might find a regular basement. Just be very, very, very careful about it, of course. Don't go down there until you've wiped out everybody above ground and hit Q a few times to be sure. Yeah. Even if they're like a basement that's inside the building, it still doesn't count. It's stupid. If second floors count, then basements should too, but regrettably. Fuck is he? There he is. This apartment complex, I don't think we spawned it in yet. I don't know. And I'm not keen to test that theory. So I'm not going to get any closer to it.
Hey!
There's like 20 of them. Oh, wow. I saw a dude in here.
Hey!
They don't want to heed the summons, I guess. One to the left. Sorry, did I say left? I don't know my lefts and rights. No wonder I survived this long. Wait, what? Oh, that is the mega building right there. We did spawn in the interior of it. Okay. I actually didn't realize that. Perhaps this is one of those buildings that's a little deceptive. Because the ground floor doesn't seem to have too many people in it. Relatively, at least. I mean, in terms of buildings, I've seen a lot worse than this. Up Crown Plaza. Oh, this building is still loaded. I'm guessing the second floor has not done much spilling out downstairs. So we got to be very cautious down here. I mean, well, no surprises there. Always be cautious in Louisville, but the number of whispering voices I just heard tells me that the upstairs is loaded. Now remember, buildings never spawn in more than one floor above you, so the second floor is the only floor that could be spawned in addition to the ground floor right now. So if we're careful about not attracting too much attention to the second floor windows, we'll probably be alright for the immediate moment. But, take nothing for granted. I mean, if the entire second floor spills out 1,000 Zeds right now, let me just put it this way, I'm glad I didn't pull out my gun right now. There's a reason I've been doing nothing but axing. Now, I do not believe I've spawned in Gigamart there. Keeping a weather eye right now. You see how they broke the glass up there? But it doesn't look like they jumped out the window. So, interesting. Okay. Sometimes zombies seem to have trouble jumping out of windows. I think they're supposed to just all be able to do that, but... Sounds like there's a bunch up there flipping over dividers or something. Okay, you know what? I don't want to underestimate this place. We're gonna sneak out of here. We're not gonna engage any further. This brick building is a standalone, separate building, so I'm gonna keep my distance from it. Now, this building here in the corner, that building has already been spawned in. Okay, good to know. Alright, I need to, you know, if I'm going to be down here with this many zombies now foot mobile, now active, we need to go get our heavy combat truck. Our defensive position up there is not quite ready for a massive swarm of zombies, but it doesn't have to be. We just need to have our assets up here. I'm going to go get the truck, and I'm going to use it to tow one of my ammo vans up here, so that we are absolutely jacked on weapons and ammo. And while we're back there, we'll also grab some more perishable food, because subsisting on milk is not the healthiest thing to do for my food supplies. I do want to actually try to make a dent in my food supply, so I don't have to constantly have a billion generators running. You just went running for your life screaming, but you did find a big flag on the wall. I hope you stole it, because capture the flag is a very fun thing in this game. I do believe this axe has taken enough of a hit that it's, yeah, this axe is no longer a very good combat weapon. I'll leave it here with this other firefighter axe for logging purposes. We have a wood axe back here I actually forgot about. That's alright. We'll park plonkies right here-ish. Actually, here's the deal with the vehicles. I assume that generally speaking, the zombies are going to come from right to left, and our fallback direction is going to be from right to left, going this or from in this direction until we hit First Street. When we hit First Street, then it's going to be south. So if I park my vehicles up here, then my vehicles are never going to be in my backdrop when I'm shooting, because I don't want to be shooting my own vehicles. That is something you can and will do if you are not careful about it. So parking up there is a good idea from my perspective. Okay, I need to get that wall finished. If that's going to be a risk that we accidentally go around like that, yeah, that's no good. Skill issue, but also pertinent. Watching me is like watching The Walking Dead. Oh yeah, glad to hear that. That's The Walking Dead has more than one person in it, so I imagine that if somebody in The Walking Dead was a sole survivor who just had to make do by talking to themselves like an insane man. Yeah, sure. Nothing that's in the vehicle right now needs to come back in the direction of my base. Everything can stay here. That means that's... what does that mean? That means I'm running back, right? Yeah, we're running back. It's fine. It might seem like a long run, but it's actually not that bad. Running down, what is it, First Street here. It's slow and it's annoying, but it's alright. We've, this will enable us to bring multiple vehicles back. I will have clean roads in the meantime. We are running level 8, I believe. Yes, and we're actually a third of the way to level 9. The reason I run everywhere, like, you know, I never walk if I can run, because I have a +1 to running thanks for being a fire officer. I don't usually think about it, but I move a lot faster. Just at my current speed, my current load, I move way faster than I otherwise would. At level 1 running, it's a huge difference. As soon as I get past this corpse pile, I can take the bandana off, and that will free up some insulation on our face here. We're probably at max. Yeah, we're close to max body heat gen, so there's no stopping the overheating at this point. Alright, so we're back at my forward position here. We're getting close to the point of just bringing everything from my forward position up to the new location. It would be a lot easier to do that if I didn't have corpses all over the road in that one spot. But because I've got corpses all over the road in that one spot, it's actually going to be very difficult to do too many vehicles at once. So we're just going to bring my variety ammo van here, which has the 7.62, 5.56, 12 gauge, and a little bit of 9mm. And I will take another carton of 12 gauge for the road. From this white step van on the right here, this one is entirely nothing but shotgun, while this one is a bit of a mix and match. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the heavy combat truck, the fire truck right there, to tow this step van. In order to do that, we're going to need to pump the tires. Of course, this one has got a mix of good and bad tires on it. We might not be able to actually get this one to tow forward with a truck. Let's give it a shot. Maybe we'll make it work. Step vans are unique in that a lot of the heavy-duty vehicles can actually tow them forwards. Most vehicles can tow backwards, but as long as it's not a Franklin value line, those are the weakest in the game by far. I think we're going to do it, yeah. I can already tell. We'd be bottoming out right now in second gear if we weren't going to make it. That's good. That's good. That's very good. Now, to be honest, what probably would have gone even faster, if I had these roads completely clear and I didn't have to worry about dodging a bunch of skeletons and zombie corpses, it would have been faster to just come back here with the step van, get the race car, tow the step van back down the road with the race car, and just go back and forth with the race car towing vehicles for me. Because the race car can pull it off. The problem is I can't do these little micro maneuvers to make sure that I don't bump into a bunch of corpses and flip out. I need the roads completely clear to do something like that. So that's why we're gonna hold off on I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that. We're gonna hold off on doing any complicated multi-stage vehicle towings until we have clean roads. So that's gonna be a couple weeks from now. So with these until these guys become skeletons and then go away. You found a WoW guild's basement. 4 desks with computers. I wish you could play WoW as a LAN party. That'd be pretty cool. It's not exactly a LAN party when everybody's playing an MMO. It's actually just kind of a everybody's bottlenecking one DSL connection party. Ask me how I know. Back in the day, when my brother and I still lived in the same house and fiber optic internet was not a thing, we had to explain to the Verizon rep why we needed 2 separate DSL connections in the house. Or just not DSL, but just regular cable internet. They didn't understand how one person could use so much bandwidth. We had to literally fucking explain it to them. Like, no, we actually use a lot of bandwidth, whatever it is we're doing at the time. It may have started with lime and it may have ended with wire, but I'm not going to expand any further on that. Needless to say, we're going to leave this carton of 12 gauge. We're just going to leave it chill right here. Somewhere nice and visible. Because we need to not be carrying it around so that it's weighing us down. Alright, now that I've got my heavy combat truck. Now what? What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean we're going loud against that entire building? Are we ready for that? Or should we clear the foot mobiles in the street with a pipe bomb? We could do that. I'm reticent to use pipe bombs sometimes, but now that we're aiming level 10 and we are long blade level 10. So the primary melee weapon that I want to use, we're level 10. And the primary ranged weapon that I want to use, the only ranged weapon in the game right now, we're level 10. So I no longer have to concern myself too much with losing out on experience opportunities by using pipe bombs. So I think we're going to do a pipe bomb. The question is where. Let me grab one of these axes over here for logging purposes. And maybe we'll do a pipe bomb here in this here in the Central Park area on the other side. 7108, how's it going? We have got lots of zombies to kill today. We spawned in this this massive tower to the bottom left corner here. And the question is, what are we going to do with the first floor? How many people are there that we got to deal with? These are answers I don't know. I've never handled all these buildings up here before. Honestly, we've got a lot of room out here already. We really do. When it comes to pipe bombs, what I need for my tactics is a nice wide open area and then a really tall point of reference, which we have right here, these street lights. This street light right here, this is our point of reference. So what we do is we grab a remote pipe bomb, we've got 2 at the moment, and a remote controller. Put away that tire pump, and link the bomb to the remote controller. It is now linked to channel 23764. We place it right beneath this street light. So this street light, and you'll see later why it's important, this street light is nice and tall. Taller than any number of zombies that we're about to condense into this area. Now the next thing we need to do is clear a few obstructions. Just these trees right here. That's all I need. So this little strip of small trees, and then on the other side here, let's clear this. That will provide plenty of visibility. 3K kill on a military checkpoint with pipe bomb. Nice, very nice. Pipe bombs, you can get lots and lots of kills at once with these bad boys. What I'm doing is I'm also getting rid of bushes because they slow you down when you're driving. And I need to be able to drive very, very cleanly here. I don't mind driving over grass as long as there's no obstructions beyond the grass. All the way up to where this statue is. I'm not worried about anything beyond the statue because at that point that's a little too far away. Okay. Now, here's another thing I'm going to do that is going to be like a preemptive assist. I'm just going to close and reopen the game right now. I have noticed that when you're hanging around in Louisville a lot and you're going up and down Main Street, there seems to be some sort of, I guess a memory leak is the best way to phrase it. I don't know if that's technically accurate. Something seems to degrade over time and your frame rate seems to drop over time. We've closed and reopened the game a couple times because of the debug mode shenanigans earlier, but I'm just going to do it real quick right now, just close, reopen the game, and that will it'll free up anything that's built up so far. Again, I don't know if I'm using technically accurate language there to describe the phenomenon that happens, but I can all but guarantee you that if you play for a very long time in Louisville and you go up and down roads back and forth a lot, you'll notice frame rate drops that build up over time. And I can confirm that a lot of that goes away if you close and reopen the game. It doesn't go away completely, but you know, you can help yourself by doing this. Garbage collector, yeah, that it's not collecting enough garbage, so the garbage is building up. I don't think a lot of people in chat are going to know what a GC is, but that's okay. I don't really know exactly 100% the technology behind it. I do software disassembly, not programming. All right, here we go. Make sure that the bomb is still here. Yep, if I right-click, it says disarm and take bomb. So bomb is still placed, ready to go. We got the remote in the top of our inventory there. And we've got a truck here with a light bar on it. This is a recipe for success. I'm about to show you exactly what I mean by that. Let's start by spawning in this building. Let's just go right up to it. You hear the mouth noises now? I know exactly how to handle this. Roll down the window and do a little drive-by here. Okay. Okay, we're in business, boys. Alright, so our primary target has always been this building, the first couple floors of this building right here. What we just hit was a secondary target. This is the one that we did the orbit around yesterday. I don't recommend doing this unless you know what you're doing. Leaving a light bar running can be a recipe for disaster. It's time for some Wii U. Somebody tell Nintendo's lawyers we're about to have some Wii U here. Wii U, Wii U. I'm actually going to gear up for combat, except it's too late. Because I probably should have considered this, but we're going to need to do cleanup. We've got our M16 in the trunk. We just got to actually get it out, get it put on our back, and get this axe out of my hands. This is just a wood-cutting axe. This is not a combat axe. The head of the axe has taken a little bit of durability hit, so I'll just drop the axe up here on the floor. Now we'll take the M16, put it on my back, and all 8 magazines into the backpack. That's a good start. Everything else, we should be good to go. As you can see, we got a party going. Now, what do we do with all these zombies? How do we get them all to the pipe bomb? Aside from just luring a big group and then detonating, there's a specific strategy to this, and it's been a little while since I've done it, so I'll try to explain it as we do it. First, we just want to get everybody outside and see what kind of numbers we're looking at. At the moment, it's nothing but fast shamblers that are on us. So I want to wait and see where all the slow shamblers are at. Slow ones, this is a medium that's next to me right here. This guy right here, this is a slow that I've got the cursor under. He's a slow shambler. We want to see where all those are from each of the groups we've just pulled. what I'm going to do is set my cruise control for about 5 miles an hour. That is enough to keep me just far enough ahead of even a fast shambler, as long as they're directly behind me. If they're coming at me from a parallel angle, then or perpendicular angle like these guys, they have a chance to catch up. But we don't want if we're careful about navigation, 5 miles an hour is more than enough. Oh yeah, nice, very nice. So remember, our ultimate target is right here. Now remember, if we had built this little base of ours on ground level, all it would take is a few zombies to come from across the street or something like that, and then they would just bust through all the walls and break everything we built. But because we built a second floor base, even if they flip past all of that defenses there, nothing will really have a chance of breaking. They would have to go directly upstairs for that. So I boosted the speed to 10 miles an hour. This is enough to stay ahead of everybody, even if they're coming in at a perpendicular angle. As long as we don't ram right into a horde, we don't have to worry about anybody catching us. So what I'm doing is I'm going away from the area that we're pulling from at slow speeds and then going back at slightly higher speeds. This is why I want to remove all the trees. As you can see, some of them are getting in between these trees here, and it's getting harder to see them. That's alright. We're not going to spend too much time in this area. At least not at the moment. Waiting for me to screw up. You'll be waiting for a bit. I mean, it's always possible. In the past, I've screwed up pipe bombs rather horrifically by accidentally hitting E. Because all I got to do is accidentally hit E, and then all of a sudden I'm out of the vehicle, and it takes me a couple seconds to get back in. And if there's zombies closing in, then it's more effective to just run away. And if that happens, then the stupid light bar is still running, and that's a tragedy if that happens, because then we have to retake the vehicle while the fucking light bar is going. A couple of streams ago, we had a similar problem where, for a different reason, we left the light bar running. Thankfully, we had the shotgun at the time. We do still have the shotgun with us, but we haven't loaded it up. We're just going to use the M16 to clean people up after we... there's always going to be a few leftover remnants after we detonate the pipe bomb. Even if we get like a really perfect detonation, it's almost never. There's always people hanging out outside of the blast radius. The blast radius, by the way, is 7 tiles. So the pipe bomb's right here, 7 tiles in each direction from the epicenter there. I'm going to boost speed to 15 miles an hour for going through the brush down here. Alright, that is one hardy party right there. Lowering speed to 5 miles an hour. Let's start shaping the dance floor, as it were. As you can see, we got this little half-moon crescent forming. It's going to take a minute to get the slow shamblers into the group. So this is one of the most riskiest moments here. I'll boost to 10 now. Now there's a threshold. Once you get enough people in your group, there's a threshold that I like to call critical mass, where all the zombies that you intend on blowing up are blobbed up into a group that is small enough that you can drive in a circle around it, and everybody will be inside the group. When we hit critical mass, that means that all we're doing is orbiting the group and making the group tighter. Tightening the group up around where the pipe bomb is going to detonate underneath that streetlight right there. We don't have critical mass until all the rest of these... Now, we don't have to wait for every single one of these slow shamblers. But who knows how many more might be behind them, so I'm going to give them a moment. See how we've got a nice big group and they're all kind of forming up on that pipe bomb spot? We can get it tighter. We can get it a lot tighter. I don't think it has any effect on zombies, but in real life, LEOs will switch between the siren type a lot, because if somebody has been hearing it for a second, sometimes it starts fading into the background noise. Switching between them a lot is it's a way of waking people up a little bit. It also just gives me something to do. Otherwise, we're just listing lazily to the left. Boy, this guy's got some maneuvers. He's listing lazily to the left. Regrettably, we have no way of telling exactly how many zombies we're going to blow up with this. Currently, our kill count is 26,574. It's not going to change after we detonate this. Regrettably, the remote bombs do not count towards your kill count right now. Now you see we still got people still coming out of the records building there. It's fine. They're all slow shamblers, it seems. I don't mind having a small group of slow shamblers to deal with because, you know, they're easy to melee. I'm boosting the speed a little bit to 15 now. It's about tree fitty. I ain't giving you no tree fitty. I'm gonna adjust my UI here so that I can see the crowd while I have the UI open. And this is the equivalent of pulling the safety up. We've got our finger on the trigger now. We right-clicked on the remote controller and hit the trigger. Mouse over the trigger. Don't click yet. Not just yet. We're almost there. Alright, one more pass. Right? It looks like we got some fast ones joining the party from the right side there, but I don't know how many. I just want to verify it's not a large group. Alright. Almost there. And get that a little tighter. Come on now. Hell yeah, look at that. We wiped out almost all of them with that. Fixing my UI. Cutting the light bar. Remote controller into the backpack. And M16 to finish off everybody. Now, what I want to do next is make sure that we don't get a bunch of random corpses all over the place. Oh, well, maybe I should reload the M16. Skill issue. I don't want too many corpses because we're going to need to do another pipe bomb again in the future. I could go the rest of my life without hearing that jamming sound. Oh man, that is a nice crosshair. This is some of my first shots with the M16 at level 10. We have only recently gotten aiming level 10, so some of the weapons we're picking up. This is our first time using it. But like I said, we want the corpses up here, so that we still have plenty of drivable space if we have got to do that again. Come on into the pile, lady. Now this is a massively stinky area now. I should have my bandana on. Skill issue. There we go. Mission, that was damn successful. We only had like, what was that, like a dozen or so that escaped the blast. But yeah, whatever number of kills we were at, we're now at 26,588. I literally don't care enough about kills. I don't even remember what it was when we looked 30 seconds ago. Sorry guys, I'm really bad at that. But now we have to deal with stragglers. And stragglers can get into really weird places, so... the fight is over, but the cleanup is not. As you can see, nobody has come up there to touch my door yet. If anybody made it their way up here, they would be stuck slapping something up here, probably. They have a tendency to get stuck. If a player-built object is in their way, they have a tendency to get stuck on it and not get unstuck until the player themselves lures them away. We have another one up here. Yeah, let's get this guy out of here. Leave none alive. The next most likely place for zombies to be stragglerized is probably the parking lot around the corner here. This building was kind of the focus of our current light bar assault, so let's verify this parking lot and anybody near it. We are now fatigued. That's okay. That just means I ain't going indoors anywhere. No, that's alright. We're level 10 Longblade, so we should have no problem. Even at fatigue stage 1, we can still one-shot zombies most of the time. But that bullshit, we have to two-hit them, that happens a lot more often, so it's not good for your blades to fight fatigued. Even if you can handle the situation. Aha. Okay. So that was pretty good. The only thing that I'm thinking about now is, in terms of, like, you know, what could I have done to get more experience? I'm still working on axes. And, yeah, that's okay. There will be plenty of other opportunities for that. Here's an axe. This is a wood cutting axe more than a combat axe, but it'll work. One more perimeter check. Looking good in all directions here. Oh, look at that. We went into weight loss. That's interesting. Okay, so we're right at the edge. So what that means is if I just drink another liter of milk, we'll probably be fine. Now that's my last liter of milk for out here, which is also fine. That just means that we need to step up our plans to bring the perishable food up here, or at least go back and make some more. See, the thing about this location is I don't mind turning on the generator to keep some stuff preserved for the short term, but in the long term, when we start more combat engagements, I kind of don't want the generator for this particular location. I don't want the generator running while we're fighting, if I can avoid it. Which is fine, because, I mean, like, if we have some meals and we stick them in the freezer here, it's okay if they thaw for a short period of time and then refreeze. That's not going to be as bad as just leaving them completely Wait, hold on a second. How is this... How is this... Below me? Okay. It's more than one down here. Should I have checked below my own base, perhaps? Skill issue that I didn't. I wish I knew whether they were actually down there before, or whether they saw me and then started coming up here. I actually don't fully understand the current situation. I've not built a base like this before. This is the first time I've ever just built an elevated base with all walls in the middle of a populated area, like a rather heavily populated area. The Art Gallery annotated map. Art Gallery is actually just right down the road here. We're at City Hall. Let me check the map real quick. The Art Gallery is, I believe, this building right... No, that's French Bread. The Art Gallery is, I think, this one on North 1st Street in Jackson. So we're just right down the road from it. And I have been in there before. It does have some neat-looking decorations. A lot of them are really heavy, like heavy paintings and heavy statues and whatnot. I'm going to put my nails at? Down on the floor? Yes. It should be all the plastering I ever need to do here. And we only have a tiny amount left. I'm going to go ahead and I'll empty it. This will just get me a free bucket again. Which apparently we're going to need because... yeah, we did not catch... wow. We caught, like, no rainwater at all. Wait, what? What's going on here? Why did the sink said that we only had, like, a very tiny amount of water. Which, the black rain barrel here only has a tiny amount. It shouldn't be pulling from the black rain barrel. It should be pulling from the... What the hell? I thought it went straight from the, Huh, okay. In that case, I don't fully understand these rain barrels, but this one is now empty. I'm just going to relocate the secondary one, since I overestimated my understanding of rain barrels, apparently. That's new. I could have swore that it would pull from the rain barrel directly over it, which is the one with the tarp here, and then it would go, counterclockwise, starting from the top here. So it would do, start from the one in the center, and then go doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot. That was what I thought. But for some reason, it was pulling from the black, the trash bag rain barrel right there. I have no idea why. I'm actually genuinely baffled, but I don't really care. The empty one is out of range now, and that's fine. I was always going to just use the empty one as the other one as a backup, so I could go upstairs and wash off my clothing or something, as opposed to using my drinking water for that. See, now that I could actually use some rainwater, it's not going to rain for a month. Watch. I totally believe that that's what's going to happen next. We're not going to get any rain at all, ever again. Now that I could actually use it. Alrighty. I'm going to put the M16 back in the combat truck for now. And we'll evaluate the situation from here. Got a couple of options at the moment. We will need some more pipe bombs. We also need some more food. I can't keep... I'm out of milk. I'm literally out of milk. So we are going back to our forward base in the parking garage. And when we come back from the forward base, the parking garage, we are going to bring with us the race car. So the race car, we'll use it to tow the truck back, and then we'll have the race car for more towing ops. We'll need it. That'll make logistics a lot better as the corpses up here start going away. Oh, I know. Let's just make a quick pit stop. We're going to delete this burned wreck and collect from it the broken iron pipes. That is how we'll make more pipe bombs. Only 2 broken iron pipes from that one. That's okay. Can't always expect to get too many. It's completely random, even at max level. There'll be plenty more burned wrecks where that one came from, trust me. We use broken iron pipes instead of regular iron pipes, because regular iron pipes cannot be constructed through blacksmithing, but they are still extremely useful for building stuff out of welding materials, so that silly little paradigm is addressed by simply not using regular iron pipes for anything that we don't need to. Forgot that we had some loot in the race car already, so we're going to extract that first. Most of it, I believe, is just hair dye stuff that we can take inside and put upstairs. I think I've already gotten as good of a hair dye as I'm going to get right now, but we'll see. I might spend some time on that later. You'll notice my hair is bright orange, but it's not the perfect color of orange like my helmet is. So, TBA and the hair dye. I've been just kind of separating the rare colors, like the pinks, and the greens, and the blues here. Putting them on the floor over here. And reds are some of the rarest, it seems, at least for us. So the reds get their own little spot. The vivid yellows and oranges are... yeah, they can go over here, I guess. And the pale yellows, I've been dumping them elsewhere, but yeah, we'll just start a new pile, because the bucket that we were using for it is almost full. The extra darks go in this corner. Except for blacks. The blacks can go in there with the less common colors. Because straight black is actually not quite as common as you might think. Even though it's labeled as a common color in the game system, it's not very common. Alright, got that all sorted out. So we're going to make 2 more pipe bombs using the broken iron pipes we picked up. For that, we're going to need to make, or we're going to need to pull the gunpowder out of some bullets. It's going to be 20 bullets worth of gunpowder for each pipe bomb, so that's 40 bullets we'll need to sacrifice. We've actually got 35 rounds of 45 ACP, which is a platform we're not actively shooting right now. We got that right there. And then we'll take 30-30 is another platform I don't use very often. The only platform that can shoot it, or the only gun that can shoot it, is a notoriously horrific device for jamming. So I don't even fuck with it anymore. Alright, there's our gunpowder. We should have nothing stopping us from making a pipe bomb now. Times 2. Uno, dos. And then we need to turn them from regular pipe bombs into remote pipe bombs. For that, we need to make a crafted trigger. Triggers are the hardest part of remote bombing because you need specifically glue. It cannot be epoxy, it cannot be wood glue, there's no substitutes. Glue, and only glue. And you can find it if you know where to look, but the problem is, of course, do you go out of your way to collect it and then put it all in the same place? I've been doing that for the past 500 or so hours on this character. We've gotten most of the... Well, there's a lot of opportunities that we could have looked for more, but we only have about 12 and a half full tubes of glue with us out of all the places we've intentionally gone out of our way to loot. So let's just say we ran out of all of it now. We would go hit some schools or something. You know, every student desk has a chance of having a stick of glue in it. So that's you have plenty until you don't. That's kind of it's one of those materials. That's why I kind of just try to make sure to centralize it all in my bomb kit right here. So there's 2 remote triggers. And now all we got to do is add the triggers to the bombs. This costs a little bit of duct tape. So it's both glue and duct tape to make it a remote bomb. Duct tape, comparatively, is a lot easier to find than glue. 1 and 2. Now both the trigger and the adding the trigger to the bomb, they both cost electrical parts, so the scrap electronics. At both stages, we had to spend a little bit of scrap for that. But thankfully, we have plenty of scrap locally sourced in the bin down here. So I can re-up my explosives bag with some locally sourced stuff. And these 2 freshly built remote pipe bombs go into the combat truck. And would you look at that? We spent exactly all of our overnight time on that. Let's have a second sleep here, and then we'll make some food for ourselves. In the fridge, I think we've just got sweet potatoes and potatoes. Oh, I forgot. We're trying to gain weight, but we've got these roasts in the freezer. These roasts are already prepped for weight gain, and they're really chunky roasts. So I'm just going to thaw these, get them warmed up in the oven here. And we're just going to eat one of them straight up, like the whole thing. That will put us right back into weight gain. These roasts are huge. Yeah, the best roast, the biggest roast. It's going to be the best, most fattest roast you've ever eaten. Yep, back into rapid weight gain with that. Just as we should be. Looks like we got some rain today. Rain means you're not going to shoot as good long distance. I'm not too worried about that because if there's straggler zombies to fight, we'll be doing a lot of melee for the primary bit. Like I was saying before, we're not quite ready to deploy a generator at our new base, so we won't just yet. This generator up here probably needs some TLC. Yeah, the fuel's pretty low. This is an ammo van. We have no need to crack into this one yet. The one we've already moved forward has enough ammo for all the platforms we're currently using. This one is probably, this is the vehicle parts. Yeah, this is all vehicle parts. That can get my empty gas can. Why do I hear an engine running? Did I leave one of these running? I feel like I hear an engine running right now. And it's not the generator. It's none of these four, so I'm not too worried about it, but still, that sounds weird. Whatever. Off we go. If anybody's never seen the race car before, it is a very good towing vehicle. It can get you from A to B very, very, very fast. I actually do recommend intentionally not going as fast as it lets you, because if you go as fast as it lets you all the time, that's a recipe for disaster. You'll crash it at some points, and you'll wish you hadn't. Now, Friday afternoons, usually once everybody's off of work and off doing their own thing in the evenings, my viewership has a tendency to drop off. So I made some plans myself for this evening. Nothing in the immediate term, so we don't have to worry about the meta ending the stream within the next hour or two here, but once in about an hour and a half here, so that's another day and like maybe a half, depending on fast forwarding. I might have to head out at that point. So on the whole, that should be about a little over 8 hours, which is usually my standard. I've been known to go really hard every once in a while. If I have nothing on the agenda, I'll go as hard as 12-hour streams, but probably not today. Probably not today. When we started this character, it was actually about 14 hours, which is 2 hours over the limit that YouTube will record. People can stream for a very, very long time on YouTube, but the recording of the replay will only go up to 12 hours, never longer. So what we had to do to get part 2 for this character's journey is we had to, I took my own recording and pulled the last 2 hours out and uploaded it as a separate video. So part 2 of this character's journey is not a live stream, it's just an actual video, because we went over the limit. It's a lot of work, so I try not to do that too often, ever. speaking of a lot of work, we can nail away some of these bushes here. That's actually a great task to do while it's raining, since we're not going to be getting into any heavy fights while it's raining. Let's see what the wood axe feels like at level 9. One of the reasons I'm leveling up my axe skill is I want to see exactly how good the wood axe feels at level 10. We do have a wood axe. I left it in the trunk of the step van up here. So this axe is taking a bit of a... It's taking a few hits. It's not as... doesn't do quite as much damage. Same with this firefighter axe on the ground there. So let's grab something fresh, shall we? We'll bring the Plonky truck back up here when we're ready to do another fight, so we don't have to worry about accidentally shooting it. Now, if my calculations are correct, the wood axe is probably going to be better at smaller trees because you can one-shot some of them, two-shot these ones. But I think as you get to larger trees, you don't get as much of a improvement in how many swings it takes. But meanwhile, the stamina penalty is like 3 times as high. I think something about that is supposed to change at level 8. But this is the first time I've ever leveled a character to level 8 or beyond with axes. So I'm new to this. Yeah, look at that. We are already winded. So it's still not good to use a wood axe. We would not be winded after cutting that many trees with a standard axe. We would have cut the trees slower, though. So there is a niche where the wood axe will cut trees, it'll go through the trees faster. It'll just also go through your stamina faster, so make of that what you will. She had a really stupid idea. We can move hedgerows in this game, the tall hedges. What if I moved a whole bunch of them and then made a choke point in like a building or something, so that all the zombies moving through the building had to go really slow? I think they mess up your shooting too, so I'm not sure if that would be a good idea. I don't think it would be. Alright, I'm gonna go get the axe, because honestly, this is a lot better than the wood axe still. Maybe level 10 will bring some revelation, but I'm starting to doubt it. Imagine how tedious this would be if I couldn't fast forward. I swear F5 is a godsend right now. It's already a little tedious even with fast forward, but that takes the edge off, definitely. Just parks and landscaping service is all we're at right now. perimeter check around these trees here before we get too locked in on it. Done a pretty good job at clearing out this first strip here all the way up to the statue. Trying to keep our distance from the corpse pile if we can, otherwise get sick. How's the Louisville zombicide going? Pretty well. Pretty well. We recently did a rather large pipe bomb in the top right-hand corner of the screen there. Actually, this is a perfect screenshot. I should, I don't even have a thumbnail for my previous stream, so let me get a, I mean, it perfectly encapsulates everything. We got our new base to the top left, and the carnage to the top right. It's perfect. Alright, so we are now officially winded. We're going to step back out of the range of the stench and have a seat. Give our girl a break from all that nonsense. Oh, we're a little too close to the dead zombies here. Back up just a little further. There we go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Honestly, this mask is probably what's getting me to overheat here. Let's take the mask off. Now that we're keeping our distance from the corpse piles. Don't let the quiet fool you. Every single one of these floors is still loaded with zombies. All we've got to do is start going up the stairs to spawn in more of them. And I'm not in any particular rush to do that. We will in good time. I do intend on clearing some of these skyscrapers, which is not something I've done before. We have gone to the lowest point on the map, the military research facility. Now we're going to go to the highest point on the map. We've got a couple of large stones in here. I actually was not expecting to see any of those. What we can do with large stones is make a grindstone, which is actually kind of hard for Louisville. Louisville has got a lot of urban territory, but large stones, you don't usually find it in urban areas. Alright, we'll give the wood cutting a break for a minute here. If we get 2 of these large stones, we can make a grindstone with it. These weigh as much as a fridge, so it's better to just pull them out and then take a vehicle around to pick them up. How big are these buildings? The max height on the map is 31 stories. I don't know if these are both close to that, but yeah. A metric lot. A metric lot of stories. More stories than a bookstore. Well, these buckets are not yet quite full. So that's fine. We'll let them continue filling up. Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. Crazy. You'd have to be crazy to try, but well, we're delightfully insane here, right? And sit down. Remove Bush, please. Make like Obama and remove Bush. This is why we always carry around, why we're currently carrying around a bunch of rope and sheet rope stacked together. We unstack it and then we can make bundles of logs like this. I'm kind of like going around and grabbing the ones that are not in stacks of 4 already. Those are from the smaller trees. We'll start another pile right here because we're going to bring the vehicle over here anyway to pick up the large stone there. And what do we do with all these logs? Eventually we'll build some low fences at some point, maybe. I don't know. I mean, honestly, now that we are done leveling firearms and swords, low fences are not exactly as useful for getting axe experience. I mean, maybe we could do it to help split groups apart, but honestly, there's other more creative ways of splitting groups apart than using low fences. Low fences are a way to slow zombies down for sure, but it's not a surefire way to split a group apart. This is actually all the sheet rope we brought with us after this, so... I don't remember what happened to that other stack. There's got to be another stack of rope up there. I remember getting another one, and then I don't remember if I put it somewhere specific. My brain meat is telling me I put it on the ground somewhere, but yeah, we'll have to take a look. It was not in the trunk, that's what's sussing me out. These buckets are mostly full, I'll just load them up. If anybody is not familiar, you put a container like a bucket on the ground outside, it will fill up with rainwater. It actually fills up faster than these rain barrels do. So what I do is I put buckets on the floor and then dump them into the rain barrel, so the rain barrel is just basically getting filled up from extra surface area here. The rain barrel is what's actually connected to the sink down below, so all this bucket water gets its way into the sink here. I do not know for sure if they fill up faster, if it's just one bucket to a tile. That I don't know for sure. But the fact that all those buckets were at different levels of fullness, that left me very curious. So I'm going to try to... we got them all spaced out by one tile now. We had some planks in the trunk here, or the trailer. I guess I don't have any more extra bundles of rope. Nah, there's just so many log bundles out here. Okay, fair enough. Now, something that I've neglected to make tactical use of is the corner of this building here. I didn't really know this, but I mean, this building is actually... There's a lot of uncrossable wall here. Like this building, this brick, red brick building here. The entire back of it, there's no back doors. Holy shit, there's 3... I accidentally hit E in front of the car. Okay. That noise freaked me out for a second there. But yeah, this building right here, you can only get in from the front of it. Okay. That's very interesting. I should have based up in there. I mean, my brain meat wasn't really considering this. I neglected to explore this building thoroughly. I mean, look at this. All 3 of these walls on the other sides instead of the front are completely impassable. Now, we can make great tactical use out of that. Because what that means is this area right here is a huge choke point. Good to know. I'm going to have to think about that. I'll have to think about that, because there's all kinds of different things we can do with that information. Well, when I think about choke points, I'm usually thinking about, like, loading them up for shotgun kills. But if we're going to be outdoors like this, it's more effective to just pipe bomb them, so... yeah, like I said, I'll think about that. That idea is not going to exit the thought stage for now. What I'm going to do real quick is, I do have to step away again briefly, IRL. That's what happens when you drink extra water. Won't be gone too long this time. We'll eat half and then cancel. So what we just did is, this roast is really huge. It's reduces 110 hunger after we cooked it. So what I did is I started eating it, and then I hit cancel by hitting escape. That actually, that's just a way of not eating too much at once. Because even if you only eat a quarter of a roast that big, you're going to overeat a little bit. unless you're really, really hungry. So I'll be right back. And we'll continue some prep work since, I mean, again, I don't want to do any combat operations while it's raining, not when there's this many zombies around. If for no other reason, the fact that the frame rate's going to take a bit of a hit from the rain. If there's a lot of zombies and rainfall, that's just even more frame rate loss. Even on RTX 4090, you can only do so much. I'll be right back, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Alrighty. Got hungry again there, so we'll do another cancel eat. We waited a little too long to hit escape that time. Escape is not allowed at this point. There's not too much else that I can do for prep work when it's dark like this. Thinking about a couple of other things we can do. I suppose it's worth checking. We're gonna head back to Jericho really quick. I want to check and see if my kale really is dead, or if it's still alive. If it's still alive, then that'd be cool. We could harvest it by now, almost certainly. Hey, we got some skeletons up here. That means that we're getting closer to having clean roads. See how the headlights can't even keep up with the vehicle itself? That's all part of Louisville right there. We, earlier on in the stream today, we made our own little road here. Still a bit of a slow road, but it's a very direct road. You're just going straight through the train station there. Now, if the kale is all dead, then so be it. This is the time to finally delete it all, so that all that's left is my garlic. I am amazed that it's not dead. That's actually kind of amazing. Kale is a frickin' superfood, dude. So the bottom row is all ready to harvest. Okay then. Where do we put it after we harvest it? That's the question. While I think about that, oh, we've got an open freezer here. Here at Jericho, we've got an open freezer, like pretty much completely open. I put some eggs in it just because it had some room, but eggs, we get fresh eggs every day from our chickens over here, so we don't really need to think about preserving eggs. I just did that because I wanted to. I left the freezers running because it keeps the generator fuel consumption rates equal. But this garlic here has some mildew on it. Mildew is currently the only crop malignment that I actually see. There's like half a dozen, I thought. But yeah, mildew is the only one I've seen in all of B42 here. And one treatment is apparently all it needed. Cool. My cow is a good cow. I pet her. And yes, there is a fawn in here. That fawn is going to be dinner at some point. I am kind of curious to see if they actually will ever grow up. Apparently the thing is eating and drinking from my food and water, so it doesn't have a problem doing that. Regrettably, we can't go pet them. I'm kind of mad about that. I've been holding on to a pair of shears for a while now, and I keep forgetting to bring them back here. We've got some electric shears, actually. I can make my own shears, though. That's another cool thing. You know, now that I know that December is a valid month for kale, I'm starting to wonder if it ever dies. Talk about a superfood. So we've got 5 bags of fertilizer right now in our backpack. 5 bags is enough to do 2 rows of crops for me. I do my crops in rows of 10. So the garlic is all changed to the next phase, so I can compost it all. So 4 each. Next bag. Great. Rain goes to snow. At least there's no water stuck on the floor. Some of this compost I kind of do want to save for the spring growing season. We're only a couple months away. As stupid as this sounds, in this universe you plant a lot of crops as early as February. Now, when I say a lot of crops, there's only certain things I want to plant. Specifically, I want sunflowers. I want to do like a row of sunflowers. Because we can do seed paste now. Seed paste to get vegetable oil. And vegetable oil is a way to get fat. Of course, we're going to get fat no matter what at this point, so... Standing Glass, how's it going? We're actually getting cold right now. Go figure. Of course it'd be getting cold, snowing. This freezer right here is the one that's got eggs in it right now. I'm going to transfer some of those eggs over to the fridge. I mean, they're eggs, they'll last a while. A lot longer than kale. Kale dies pretty quickly, we've noticed. Alright, so we now have this entire freezer completely open. So we can harvest the kale and stick it straight into that freezer. But I will stop harvesting if we start getting so much that we have to worry about it filling up the freezer. I feel like this is an oversight. It does not make sense for any crop to be hardy enough for me to harvest it in the middle of winter like this. It's literally December 5th. Honestly, if the kale keeps growing, I'm going to keep harvesting it. I'm just going to stick it, like after a certain point, I'll just start sticking it into the compost bins. That'll help us get more compost for other things later. A little bit past our bedtime, but productive evening. She got cold overnight there. That's no good. I allowed my running around a lot and the body heat generation to fool me into thinking that we were well enough dressed for evening. We weren't. Alright, so we want to bring a generator forward to our new forward outpost. I think it'll probably be a yellow. Yeah, we'll bring a yellow with us. I'm going to take Jorgensen and Sons forward. This van right here is actually one of the best in my fleet. It is a perfect engine van, which means theoretically it should never fail to start. I think cold modifiers still screw it up though, so yeah, see how it instantly started up? I think 99.5% of the time it'll always start up instantly, because it has a 100 quality engine, which is good luck finding a step van with a 100 quality engine in this game. That almost never happens. I don't know exactly where we're going to find our next gas station base as we move forward down First Street, but I'll take a red generator just in case. Checking the status of the currently running, oh, they're below half, okay. In that case, let's fill them up. See, this is the way I have this set up is I've got electrical parts and a gas can that's being actively used in each of these duffel bags. So in order to fix and refuel, I just pick up the duffel bag and I've got everything I need. And then when I'm done, hotkey to drop whatever's in my hand. Helps minimize time spent. We have 3 different generators on the outside. And the reason for that is that they're all powering different freezers. By separating the freezers into different generators, we are allowing ourselves to be away from base for longer periods of time. It's been a little over a week since I've been back here. And that's perfectly fine because the generators are barely below half fuel. If I put everything on one generator, like a lot of people do, then I would not be able to leave base more than like 5 or 6 days at a time. The generator would be completely empty by the time I get back. And that's no fun. I like to be able to go away from my base every once in a while. Move forward, see other things. couple of lights up here could use a new bulb. Who else needs a new bulb? We got 3 lights in need of a bulb. 2 up top. The far lamp in the... Yeah, that one's good. 4. 4 total. I recently discovered, or I recently realized, let's say, that you don't need to have good condition light bulbs in order to replace the bulbs on your lights outside. This briefcase up here has a bunch of worn light bulbs that we, at least it should. That's my other briefcase, never mind. You can use worn light bulbs that look like they're about to break. That will not affect its lifespan when you put it into a light fixture like this. It only affects the brightness and whatnot when you put it in a vehicle. Time for our second bedtime here. I was thinking about doing a load of laundry while we're here. Yeah, let's go for it. We're a little bit chilly in this outfit, so we're gonna go and get some more layers on. $38 jams and 30 mags. Yep. The devs are clearly highballing it to see how much we complain. Make sure they hear about it. I accidentally hand washed some of my clothing that I was actually wearing. That I forgot that the the sink would have caught some of the stuff we're actually wearing. So we should be good now. As you can see from my insulation levels, we could be better actually. It's a little weak. Where's my long johns? Should have a pair of long johns over here. I don't even have a pair of short johns over here. What the hell's going on with this? Whatever happened to those red long johns that I made? There they are. Beautiful. That is a little bit more insulated right there. I look like a 5-star general. Yeah, kind of. This is actually just some stuff that I happen to have on me that's very warm right now. This will probably be fine, honestly. I'm looking at my insulation tab, and we could be better on the upper body, but I think we'll be okay. If we get cold, then we'll be all right. Yeah, we're not even getting cold. That's good. What I really should do is I should have a I should just have a stove next to my bed here. That would have prepared me much better for this situation. Now we're still in rapid weight gain here. We need to actually taper off the weight gain now. It would actually be dangerous to finish off this roast, but I'm gonna do it. If we go a little bit over the cap, that's fine, but we need to no longer eat anything that will put weight on now at this point. So what we're gonna do now is we've got some loose eggs in here. We're gonna subsist on eggs for now. That will help keep the hunger shut up, but that will also prevent us from having a calorie surplus. That should be enough. We don't need to let the dryer go the full cycle because it was already, the clothing was mostly dry when we put it in there. I hope I didn't leave Jorgensen and Sons running. That would have been the most pointless thing ever because it's a van that starts all the time. That's literally what its purpose is. Yeah, I'm known to be a doofus. It's alright. I forgive me. Did I hook up? Let's hook up. This is a situation where we've actually got to avoid trying to go to top speed. We can tow forward at top speed with a vehicle combo like this. The race car plus the easiest vehicle to tow, the step van. Rail yard out here sometimes feels like my own personal drag strip. I've got to resist the temptation because it can get very unstable if you start going really fast while towing, even if you've got nothing to run into. I have seen some really weird shit happen where sometimes you'll just flip over for no reason. So just, yeah, even if you can go really fast, I never usually advise. Let's hop off any gas that we need while we're here. This might be the first time we get snow that actually sticks. But I shouldn't say anything. We've only got 2 degrees left before it goes over, before it is no longer freezing, and it instantly turns into rain. Oh boy, that is I have heard some neighbors screaming, but I've never heard them screaming with such clarity that I could accurately narrate what they're going on about. That's exceedingly unfortunate. That wasn't good. Was that a side hit? I'm an idiot if it was. No, we're good. Still, I'm a little bit of an idiot. I never should have let that happen. While we're here, is there anything I wanted to pick up? Almost certainly was. But anything specific? I'll go ahead and take the welding equipment because we've got room for it. This bag right here, I kept looking in the passenger seat of my other step van and assuming that I would see it there. I was wrong. Now, we have enough spare sledgehammers that most of my primary use vehicles should have a spare in them. The SWAT van is currently carrying my spare sledges, so I'm going to take one out of there. Yeah, drinking problems can lead to some really bad things that one might not initially suspect. One of these sacks is full of dead rats. What the hell? I will put those into here. We're getting really close, but hang on a second. It's no, it's gonna turn into rain. I hate this. I hate this so much. I can already tell you that this snow, we're 0.6 degrees away, 0.4 degrees away. It's coming. It's coming. It's all gonna turn into rain, and then it's gonna instantly erase all of the snow. We just can't have snow in this game right now. As long as this bullshit of the temperature going up by just a couple of fractions of a degree, and then suddenly, look at that, there, now it's rain. It's so stupid. This is not how weather works. You can have the temperature go above freezing for quite a while at ground level before precipitation just unfreezes. Whatever. It's you see, the thing is, at higher altitudes it's still cold, so the precipitation freezes at higher altitudes. Whatever. I'm over it. I'm already over it. It's gonna erase all the snow on the ground, threaten me with a good time, and then replace it with water on the ground, threaten me with misery. At least it's getting easier to navigate the corpses up here. Now, one of the tools that was in the passenger seat of the van right there is going to be a decent one for cleaning up this area. It's a scythe. We get rid of some of the whatchamacallit, some of the grass here. Now, let's assume that the area that I want to be sure that I keep powered is like between these park benches here. What we're going to do is we're going to pull up a website that I really enjoy here. It's called b42map.com. And it has a tool on it that shows you the generator power radius. So we're scrolling into Louisville here. We're going to where we're currently located at the park up here. And here's the benches that we're stuck in between, or that we've built in between here. So overlays, tools, generator radius. So if I want to keep a generator way out in the open, far away from the base itself, we would put it dead center in the middle of the road, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. You actually don't run over generators right now. So even if you like run a vehicle through a generator, it'll just go right through it. So this floodlight being battery powered, we can turn it off now. I'm going to replace the battery because we left it running like a bit of a doofus. Yeah, we'll need to replace the battery for that. And there goes all the snow, rather. Deleted. The snow has been deleted. Oh, look at that. We got a guest down here. Hello, guest. Why don't you taste my axe? No, I said my axe. Not anything else, just the axe. I don't know what you thought I said. Down you go. Is this a preserved car? Nah. Pretty, but not preserved. If anybody's not familiar, some vehicles are quote-unquote preserved, which means when they spawn in, regardless of how late in the game it is, they'll still have a charged battery with some gas. Doesn't happen after a certain point in real life, but in this universe, yes. Gas still exists. I'm okay with it. Clock out time for the weekend. Sounds like fun. No more work. I wish I had a clock out time. My phone is always liable to ring, but thankfully it doesn't very often. I'm totally okay with that. Go ahead and take this bandana off. And we'll get some scything done, at least of the grass underneath, directly underneath our base here. Now the grass does grow back, but the tall grass and the bushes don't. So by doing this, it will grow back cleaner. And most importantly, the stuff that causes damage to your vehicles, which is any grass like this right here. This kind of grass right here is the kind of grass that can damage your vehicles. Short grass does not. Y'all are temptationing me. Oh, look at that. Okay. We're full on grass, and that's okay. Now, too much grass in an area that's on the floor can actually mess your frame rate up. So I do generally not like to leave too much grass on the floor. But in order to clean it all up, we'll need a, whatchamacallit, we will need a trash can to just toss it. It's honestly faster to do it this way. Now this does cause muscle strain though. We'll have torso muscle strain from doing it this way. You know what I wanted to be like before all this? I wanted to be a park ranger. You wanted to range a park. Hell yeah. Living outdoors, communicating with nature, shooting poachers. Yeah, I want to be a park ranger. I'm gonna head down the road to Seahorse Coffee, the Starbucks in the area. They've got really big trash cans. You can fit like 65 encumbrance in them. I think I might have taken both of the ones from this one, but we'll take a look. Ah, look at that. More trash cans. These, as far as I'm concerned, these trash cans are strategic resources. That's a sentence that you could only say in Project Zomboid. These trash cans are strategic resources. Now, any sort of container that I build at ground level to store things is liable to get slapped by zombies. So, yeah, I don't think I'll be doing any containers to put any of the stuff that I'm picking up into, as much as I'd like to. I don't know. Well, now that being said, you can make zombies go right through them if you put fences in front of the containers, so... We could put containers directly in front of these fences here. Yeah, we could do that. I don't know if I will, but we could. Oh man, to have a job that actually allows OT. Back in 2021, our contract changed hands between companies. The job was still there, and the new company immediately scooped me up. The change in contract and the new company that came in, didn't. They're still not very good with this. They don't understand how to do overtime right. They don't understand that overtime is an incentive to actually get the client good coverage after hours. It used to be that we could get overtime if we did after-hours support. Not anymore. Now, if we answer the phone after hours and we end up spending hours off the regular shift, what we have to do is just work less hours for our regular shift, so that we're never over the typical 40 hours a week. It's so stupid. And it really has annihilated the incentive for anybody to do like good coverage outside of working hours, because you're not getting anything extra for it. You're just working more for no good reason. And the clients have definitely felt it. There have been complaints about after-hours coverage, and I don't blame them. I try to do my best whenever my phone rings, but there have been times I've just not felt like answering it. So what do I get for it? Nothing. I just get a fucked up shift. That's all I get. But, of course, I do always check the voicemail, and if it's something serious, I'll give them a call back. I am not a cold bastard. So what we accomplished by getting rid of all of the tall grass is we can drive across those surfaces now much more smoothly. This will enable us to do more pipe bombings. A lot more straightforward pipe bombing. That was my Discord, sorry about that. My guy is my guy is sending me memes that are a little bit too spicy. A little too spicy for yeah, I can't share that publicly. Everybody needs to have a friend that sends them memes every once in a while that are not too spicy to show publicly. Let me double check where this was supposed to go. Basically, in an L shape across from the nearest street light. In the middle, it is 1 second white line back. Okay, and then halfway between that. I'm not going to fire it up yet, but I want to mark it somehow so that I know where it's supposed to go when we're ready to do a generator here. So there's the street light right across, halfway across from this white line. So that's where we'll put the generator. No, I'm on YouTube right now. Can't do that. It's all right. Spend enough time on the internet, you'll probably see it eventually. And I think what I'm doing right now is helping me burn calories. We definitely want to stay active in burning calories as much as humanly possible right now. We want to stop gaining weight before we get too far over 85 kilo. Because then, once we get over 85, like 85.5, something like that, that's when we actually get the next negative trait, the high weight trait. That is a negative trait that fucks up your stamina. Stamina regeneration, makes you more clumsy. A couple of negative things happen. It's not good. going to go ahead and deploy one of these trash cans. What did I do with them? Maybe. I mean, actually, a lot of what I'm picking up right now, I can actually just, I can use as firewood. Only problem is I can't use grass as firewood in this universe. So the grass, at some point, I'll just start deleting it. Can't remember if there were any burnt wrecks in the area. If there were, then we can build a metal barrel oven and actually get some heat upstairs. We haven't explored at all back here. We have discharged enough guns in the area that anybody who would be back here has probably been pulled forward. Not counting anybody inside the buildings that haven't gotten spawned in yet, so not worried about the buildings per se, just we're checking the streets. Interesting. We want to keep our distance from this building. This building right here. We're keeping our distance from this building. The Louisville PD is a fascinating story for another time. We've got other things to clear before we go anywhere near that place. I think my brain just skipped a beat. We're looking for burned wrecks. Well, we can find 1 billion of them if we get closer to the bridge. The problem is, the closer we get to the bridge, there's going to be 1 billion zombies up there too. And we're not... we just got fatigued, so we're not combat effective right now. I'm just gonna... I mean, our base is right here. I'm in the race car. I can just go back to my other base where I've got a pile of charred metal to pick up from. The joy of the race car. We're going to continue bringing vehicles forward, too. The road is getting more and more traversable now that the, whatchamacallits, now that the corpses are starting to go away. And the scrap metal is what I need here. That should be all I need to make a metal barrel oven. Aside from a welding torch, which you've got plenty of back at our location. That's all standard vehicle slop right there. The trunk of this van has a little bit of room in it. Empty gas cans, I can go in there. And her Jimmy's rough. Only one corpse in the road there. It's fine, it'll be gone soon. These piles are easy to dodge, just stay on the left side of the road. My natural inclinations on this road tell me to stay left because of all these buildings. See how much easier that was since we didn't have to slow down and dodge the other corpse piles there. As with the rest of the fleet, we leave them on this side so that we don't need it. If we don't need it right now, we park it on this side. It's a long-term deposit, as it were. But you see how I can drive around on this grass, but you don't hear the sound of driving over grass. That's important. That means that we're not actually damaging our vehicle. That's why we run around and pick up all the tall grass. Okay, this is going to seem a little silly. I'm going to move the oven over here on this side, in front of the fridge. And then I'm going to build the barrel oven right here. For that, I'm going to need the a welding torch here. And now, at long last, we have something to do with all that small form lumber we keep getting. Regrettably, we can only use so much of it at once. Each tree branch is worth worth 1 hour of fuel, right? It's been a little while. I think it's 1 hour each, yeah. Don't ask me why the fireplace spawned with some stuff in it. I have seen that happen before. Forgot kindling. It's beautiful. Don't have to worry about getting cold tonight. Got a proper fire now. We could cook with this if we wanted to, but there's nothing to cook in the immediate moment here. We've already got some eggs, and we don't want to be overdoing it on anything else right now. It's a nice, chill little base up here. Dead center of the festering heart of Louisville. Above it all, as it were. Oh dear. A zombie's watch is going off. Whatever will I do about that? I could stand in the middle of that pile and start disassembling watches as from the crafting menu. That would get me sick real quick, though. Shed some light on the subject here. It's a little easier to see if I had some headlights out. Much better. We got cat's eyes, so we can see pretty well at night, but no match for the headlights. Sweet. Got 4 whole sections wiped out. That's beautiful. Beautiful, drivable, amazing. You can't move the statue, unfortunately. If I could, I absolutely would. Hell, I'd bring it back to Jericho. Now, what have we accomplished with all that? That's a lot more drivable terrain that we can lure zombie hordes around in a pipe bomb pattern for. Did I leave the headlights on all night? I might. Shouldn't have done that. It's not a good idea. Oh, I was supposed to get the garbage can, the other garbage can, out of the passenger seat here. This is the one we'll leave deployed downstairs so that we can dump garbage as we come up to it. We just got to put it behind the. If we put it behind the. Divider here, then the zombies will walk right through it, as opposed to being able to attack it. Alright, we move this one out of the way, and then that is all the vehicles that could potentially intercept bullets in this area. Oh, hello. So I've been thinking more and more about this spot over here because of the way we've got a indestructible wall all around this building. So I definitely want to see if I can make use of that in our defensive position measures here. I'm going to go ahead and start placing some cubicle walls here. And we want to do that on both sides. Now what I'll do is I'll do outer walls as cubicle walls, and then inner walls we'll just build some wood walls for that. These metal walls will not take damage as quickly as the ones we build, but they'll still take damage. They are far from invulnerable. They will break eventually. I'm missing a spot over here too. If I was, then that's actually a surprisingly perfect amount. Yes, we're missing a spot up here. Perfect. We literally brought the exact number of cubicle walls that we need. By accident. I'm here for it. Look at that. We're at 85 kilo exactly. And we stopped gaining weight. I'm here for it. Beautiful. Couldn't have planned it better myself. We do not have the high weight trait, which means we're below 85.5 kilo. The game, I think it just rounds the number. So if you're below 85.5, you are good. If you are 85.5 or above, you are fat. And fat is not good. Don't be fat. You've been sneaking around your turkeys and your sneaking skill went up. That's really funny. Put animal dung into compost bins so that you can put compost on your crops. You'll need a sack to take it back out, but it takes a long time. Just fill up your compost bins with dung and then leave it to cook. We've only got one set of one area here left that still has trees. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, because then we can say that we've cleared all of the line of sight obstructions out here. Still got the axe up here. Let's grab that. Yeah, that's probably not going to work forever. I mean, it's a funny thing. You know what else works with animals, including domesticated ones? I'm going to show you a screenshot. I always love breaking out this screenshot. We're going to go back in time to before I started live streaming. I have not done this on stream because I don't know if anybody in my audience might be triggered when it comes to violence against small animals. So I've already given out the game a little bit there, but we learned something very interesting about animals. Eeny, meeny, miny. Here it is. Observe. You get weapon experience for killing animals. Now, this was back when animal pregnancy was very short, so we could have a entire pen full of nothing but rabbits very, very quickly. Like a couple of months, we would have several rabbits, and all we did was just get out a sword and swing, 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 level, swing, 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 level. This has been nerfed, though. Animals don't grow as quickly anymore. You do still get weapon experience for killing them, but it's not exactly a viable strategy anymore. There was no throwing pipe bombs here. This was a remote pipe bomb. We could never achieve that kind of results with thrown bombs. Or at least I couldn't. I don't like throwing bombs in this game. The flight path of a thrown object is really weird in this game. I'm gonna be real with you guys at this point. I don't expect to be driving through here. I'm on a bender cleaning this place up. Really, at the end of the day, I want to make sure we get rid of all the bushes and trees. The grass is just it's an optional objective. Because we don't have to drive over all this, and even if we do, it's not that bad if our vehicle takes a little bit of grass damage. Speaking of pipe bombs, I think we're going to do another one. But we're going to have to spawn in another building here. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to do what I did before. I'm going to close and reopen the game. I can feel a few lag spikes here. Oh wow, we're up to 9 hours. So this will be the last major combat operation I do here. But yeah, we'll go ahead and close, reopen the game. This will flush any garbage collection buildup here that's causing frame rate drops. That's something that only happens in Louisville. I've not seen it happen anywhere else. Luckily for us, we don't have to spend too much downtime to reload the game like this. And yeah, we'll end things on a bang here. Alright, so the building that I have in mind is right in front of us right here. And the place we'll use for pipe bombing this time will be on the other side of the street. We'll use... We'll use this street light, but before we get started, I'm going to take my shovel and remove these bushes. Because that is my privilege as an agriculturalist. These bushes are just going to make it harder to drive in circles around. Because remember, wherever I put a pipe bomb, I want to be able to drive in circles around the location without any obstructions whatsoever. So even the park benches are going to get dropped. I just leave them there. It's fine. I might even do something with these ornamental bushes later on, but for now, we're just picking them up and we'll drop them. Because once you pick them up, they're just objects that can be dropped. So now we can drive in a circle around this street light much easier. That's what the goal is for that. Let's put away the E tool here, the shovel. And let's get ourselves out a pipe bomb. Got our pipe bomb, got a remote controller. Right-click the bomb, link to remote controller. This pipe bomb is now linked. We are going to right-click on this tile here and hit arm and set remote pipe bomb. So this tile right here now has got a pipe bomb on it. Now all we got to do is, we got the party set up, now we just need some guests. This building right here, like I said, should not have had its interior spawned yet. Now it should. Y'all see how the zombies just appeared? That's how that works. Welcome to Project Zomboid. That's why we've been very diligently keeping our distance from some of these buildings. This is one of the biggest buildings in the game right here. We may run into shadow zombies if this is as big of a building as I think it is. Shadow zombies is where there's more than 500 on the screen at once, and the game stops rendering textures, so all you see is this black skeleton. Yeah, that's we call those shadow zombies. That only starts once there's over 500 zombies on screen at once, so that's how we know that we've hit that 500 mark. Only hit that once so far in this character. Alright, the building is definitely awoken. And we got the fast ones are all out front now. Keeping the attention of the slow ones as we push forward here. That is probably one of the last times we'll be able to loop back down there thanks to the iron fence. The low iron fence is actually going to prevent our movement, our loop backs in that direction. Speaking of loopbacks, so it begins. Unsure if you plan to keep it. We definitely want to keep our light bar vehicles here. This vehicle, it started out as a wreck, so the light bar on it was initially very damaged. But because this is one of the only D6 trucks with an open bed that we've ever found that has a perfect engine, we allocated some of those extremely rare light bar repairs to this one here. put my bandana on my face. The Pied Pipe Bomber has returned. As you can see, we've gotten all the fast shamblers for now, but there's still a conga line of them coming out of there. So I'm going to kind of do a bit of a loop around up here. This is why we deleted those bushes with extreme prejudice. And what we're doing is we're staying within range of the building as we go back and forth. So we're keeping the attention of all the slow shamblers that are still inside the building. What we'll do is we'll stop going back and forth in front of the building once we see them stop coming out of the building. That's kind of the goal right now. Some good screenshot material here. Alright, we're gonna have to go a little faster to navigate this. We're approaching critical mass, the fact that I was able to get away with that little maneuver there. This little maneuver is going to cost us 38 encumbrance. I think it is. I'm not 100% sure of that. I think it is, though. That is the plaza one. Yeah, we're approaching critical mass. They are almost done coming out of the building here. Well, I say that, but I still see conga lines by the window. I really want to see no more conga lines by the window before we start going up there to detonate. You can already see, if anybody's new to this tactic, you can already see how the fast ones are now mingling in with the slow ones. We just get that only even more condensed once we get them up to the... remember, the pipe bomb is placed right here. And the pipe bomb has a kill radius of 7 tiles. So we have generous radius to bring them to. I think we have critical mass here. Critical mass just means that I can go in circles around the entire group. Oh, they're still coming out of the building. Yeah, the number of them coming out of the building right now is much, much, much lower. I think we're good. Yep, we've got our party. So now we start getting a lot closer to the building up here. Ooh, we almost rammed that street light. I gotta not forget that there's a street light on 2 tiles there. Stoplight, rather. So remember, the pipe bomb is right here. Green highlighted tile. So we're getting a lot closer, but we're not quite there yet. A few more loop backs this way. Chammy Cho in chat there, he's like, reminds me of Shia LaBeouf. Just do it! Nothing is impossible. Having a bite of beef jerky while we're waiting for the stragglers to join the party here. Almost there. Okay, fixing up the UI here, making our inventory window a little smaller. Finger is on the trigger. Safety is off. One more pass. Damn building popping up. It's kind of messing me up because I'm almost ready, but that threw me off just a little bit. A little tighter here. See, the building being right here is preventing us from going too wide of a radius in this direction, so it is taking a little longer. It's lopsided. Hang on. There we go. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. You know. It's axe time, boys. We axing. I got an axe for these guys. Bring your pretty face to my axe. Split these guys up a little farther. They're slow shamblers, so they're easy to split up, but try to get them in a pile. Okay, we're clear. I love how the blood splatter all went in one direction. Maybe that's just the wind. The wind is just particularly high today, so... oh, look at this! Look at this! We missed a spot. Didn't even notice me running around there. Okay, look at that. I wish I had any sort of idea whatsoever of how many zombies that was. We genuinely don't. Our kill count has actually not gone up very much this stream. We're still 26,000 something because you do not get credited for remote bomb kills. Rather regrettable. I actually don't want any corpses in front of the building itself if I can manage, because we have a lot of floors in this building. I mean a lot of floors. And my tactics are not going to change much. We're going to drag them outside, and we're going to kill them out here. Now, I'll leave corpses under the streetlight, because I'll be driving around that anyway. You literally can't get rid of streetlights, so... We'll just kind of do a perimeter check around the first floor and look for stragglers. You see how we're getting chugs? The game is chugging a little bit here. Hello there.
Hey!
Come on out of there, huh? I think we accidentally bumped into this one here. Yeah. She has a key to a residence. I have no idea what that could be a key to. We'll check later. This building over here to the right is a separate building, has not been spawned in yet. I think this entrance right here is an emergency exit stairwell sort of thing. I'm not even going to poke my head in there. I'm just going to steal the steel sheet. Wait, what? Did I just spawn this building in? Oh, shit. The one on the right. I just spawned it in. I had to have. Okay. Fuck. Alright. I guess we're doing it again, boys. I guess we're doing it again. Welcome to Louisville. Fuck. Where am I going to bomb this one? This parking lot actually is not a bad idea at all. Yeah, this parking lot's great. What we're going to need is to get rid of some of the vehicles out here. I'm going to need to go get the truck. You know what? I'm not gonna aggro that other building. It's spawned in, but it's not a good idea to do those pipe bombing activities at night. If I can avoid it, I will, and I think I can. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the truck here. I will take a pipe bomb, I'll link it, and then I will use the race car to displace other cars in the parking lots. Because the parking lot does seem like a good spot to do the bombing. Yeah, absolutely good to know when to call it a day. We're not going to press much farther here. Of course, we'll take care of Chuck over there. I don't know where he came from. Oi, Chuck. Said Chuck. There you are. This way, buddy. You come right back across that road, would you? Now, in real life, I'm actually getting a little sluggish, too. Not that I can't handle what we're doing, but it's getting to that point where I'm not going to be very efficient. So I do think I'm going to call it tomorrow morning in-game. What I'm going to do is spend the rest of the stream here getting that parking lot cleared up. We'll plant the bomb, and tomorrow morning, bright and early, I will be getting started with a big old pipe bomb. And there will be plenty more where that came from. Now, the simple act of clearing cars out of the parking lot might actually pull a number of them out of there. That's why we are going to put the pipe bomb down first, and then see how many cars we can get out of the way next. Simply by spawning in that other building, they're going to be incentivized to start migrating. Fuck! I didn't hear him make a noise when he flopped out of that window. He could have clubbed my feet. Alright, so the best spot in the lot, assuming we can get rid of this, the D6 and the taxi right here. Assuming we can get rid of those two vehicles. This one in the middle here is the best spot. So this is where I'm going to put the pipe bomb we just linked up here. Now all we got to do is get the rest of these cars out of the way. Close enough. What's going on here? Okay, now it'll hook up. Didn't want to go backwards, I guess. This is a race car. It's built to go forwards. Just bring it out here. You know, fucking lag spikes, man. It's unironically dangerous to play right now until we, that's one of the reasons that I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up after we get this situated, because, yeah, need to, we would have to close and reopen the game anyway if we were going to continue. Because, whatever's going on here, it is, definitely laggy. Fuck. That was just a good old-fashioned mistake. I can't blame the lag for that. Come on, what is this shit? Why can't I link up the vehicles? It's like, it works and then it doesn't, and then it works and then it doesn't. Let's try giving it a nudge here. I don't know, guys. I don't know what's going on with this. Napping is one of the hardest book sets to put together. I don't know why. Ask the devs why napping books don't spawn in regular libraries. I don't have an answer to that question. It doesn't make sense to me. But that has unfortunately been a thing for a while now. I'm just gonna ditch this one right here. Oh shit. Oh shit, I forgot. We hadn't spawned in this building yet. Okay, we've got two buildings that are spawned in now. That's okay. I mean, honestly, we got a bomb set. Every vehicle we get out of the way, we improve our chances of success. If only we could actually hook up. I'm starting to wonder if... I've never seen this happen before. I'm starting to wonder if these lag spikes we're running into are actually affecting our ability to hook up for towing vehicles. That's the only explanation I have for this. None of this should be happening right now. Now she's aggroed on... You know what? I don't care. We're just going to have to go around that the blue van there. Or maybe when I log in next time, we'll be... these lag spikes won't be as bad. Remember, we closed and reopened the game before doing the most recent pipe bombing. We've barely had the game running for 30 minutes at this point for this particular session, but whatever. Whatever. This is just Louisville right here. This is just Louisville. This axe is now completely done. We're putting this axe as a decoration. Catching out exterior screenshot. I'm subsisting on beef jerky for the moment. I failed. I failed to meal prep, so beef jerky will shut the hunger up for now. That was my Discord. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's it's stupid because Discord doesn't let you change the notification sound for the browser version, so I'm stuck with all default sounds forever. Maybe there's I wonder if there's like a browser add-on that lets you intercept Discord sounds, play your own. Public service announcement, if anybody didn't catch it earlier, you can, buckets fill up faster than rain barrels, so you can, leave some buckets on the roof and then dump them into the rain barrels, get the best of both worlds. We're actually going to wash ourselves from this other barrel here. Alright, this is where we'll call it for today, folks. When I log in next time, we're going to have to figure out the food situation here. The food situation being highly dependent on whether I feel like firing up a generator and bringing perishables, or... because remember, if I fire up a generator here, then that is going to impact our ability to lure zombies around. So that is something I'm thinking long and hard about before I actually go forward with. So for now, we'll go ahead and sleep here. We got our cozy box here. I like it. I like it. This base henceforth is known as the cozy box. It's great. I'm gonna give that a mark on the map here. Give me some square marking here. You know what? A diamond is good enough. The cozy box. Alright. We've had a good one, folks. My GPU is begging me to give this game a break. I can hear the fans spinning up. I shall have our girl bid farewell here. And I always recommend screenshotting your bases as time goes on. You never know when your save will get broken by an update. Alright. So the last thing we always do here, not always, probably we should do it more often, we're backing up our save here. So we're going to exit out the game, and we're going to open up our file explorer here and go to C, users, username, go to Zomboid, go to saves, and then in our case this is Apocalypse, sorted by date modified, the most recent one's on top here. Control-C, copy that entire folder, and paste it wherever you want. In my case, I go up a couple levels here, and I got a backups folder, one with the same name at the top here, and this is part 40... what are we up to, 47 here? Hang on. I literally forgot. It's my video description here. This is part 47, yep. So it's been a little while since I've backed it up, to be honest. That's not good. We should back up a lot more often than this. Control-V, paste that entire folder. Our save file is up to 1.28 gigabytes across 506,000 files. All right, folks, I'm out of here. I will be here bright and early tomorrow morning, about 14 hours from now, wherever that is in your local time zone. Peace out, and have a good one.